If you like what you see, please like and share the video, and subscribe to the channel, turning on all notifications. If you would like to support this channel in any way, please do so through Buy Me a Coffee. The link is in the description. You can also like and follow us on Facebook. The link for that is also in the description. Do you believe that democracy is the best form of government, and that this democratic government should operate without interference from any religious governing body? That the state should not show preference to one religion over the others? Do you believe that each individual has certain rights, such as the right to be in any religion they choose, and to the public worship of said religion? That every person has the right to speak their mind and express themselves publicly without censor? That education and the press should be freed from religious influence? If you said yes to any of these questions, then you have a Freemasonic mindset. All of these ideas, as well as Freemasonry itself, have been condemned by the Catholic Church. Watch my video, American Principles Are Condemned by the Catholic Church, to see that American principles are indeed condemned, infallibly condemned, by the Catholic Church. Which means these ideas are in fact errors, and that if you are a Catholic, you are bound to reject them. Look, it's not your fault. After all, we've been raised to believe that these ideas are superior, and that no one has the right to impose their opinions on anyone else. And of course, the Church itself has been infiltrated by Freemasons, and has abandoned its condemnation of these ideas, having even adopted them. But if we use a little logic, the fact that these ideas are erroneous becomes evident. Is there a God? If yes, then he has the right to be recognized, and atheism has no rights. Is that God Jesus? If yes, then Christianity is the only true religion, and all other religions and gods have no rights. Is the Catholic religion the only true expression of Christianity? If yes, then all other forms of Christianity have no rights. Therefore, a right and just society is one which recognizes the Catholic religion is true and Christ is declared as king. This is most effectively done through a Catholic monarchy. A democracy which imposes the will of the people will ultimately fail to do this unless everyone voting is Catholic. Democracy imposing the will of the people is not the noblest form of government. Far from it. Democracy presumes the will of the people to be the ultimate good and will ultimately enact just laws, when in fact humans are inherently selfish and evil and will vote for what pleases them, not for the good of society. And if you don't believe me, then please explain why most states have no ban on abortion, why alphabet marriage is a thing, why the transgender movement marches forward, and why Satanism is going public. If you say it's the court system, well, the judges are appointed by those who we elect. If you say it's pop culture, then why are there no laws regulating it? No matter what you say the real reason is, it all comes down to these principles and ideas that have been rightly condemned by the Catholic Church, and democracy is what is allowing it all to flourish. Oh, you're a conservative. You only vote Republican. You listen to Charlie Kirk, Sean Hannity, Ben Shapiro, yada yada yada. Yeah, I used to listen to those guys too. In fact, I listened to the godfather of conservative talk himself, Rush Limbaugh, before he became a household name in the early 90s. And I was convinced that the Republican Party was going to take over Washington and solve all of our problems. And I told everyone I knew not to listen to the liberal media and vote Republican. But after a while, I noticed something. We kept winning all the battles, and yet somehow lost the war. The Republicans kept winning and winning and winning, but over time the party moved further to the left. The problem with the Republican Party, Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity, Ben Shapiro, yada yada yada, is that they believe in and promote these rights that have been condemned by the Catholic Church. They are trying to solve the problem of liberalism through liberalism. You see, those guys aren't conservatives, they're liberals. They're just not as bad as the Democrats. But make no mistake, they believe in democracy, religious liberty, separation of church and state, freedom of speech, expression, freedom of education and the press. But then they will complain about the press. They will complain about the educational system. They will complain about the entertainment industry, saying that it's all liberal. You can't have it both ways. You can't believe that people have all these rights and then complain when people exercise them in a manner which you don't approve of. Now, they will say that a person has a right to engage in alphabet activities, just keep it to yourself. On what grounds? If you believe in all these freedoms and that the church should stay out of it, then on what grounds can you tell these people to shut up and keep it to themselves? How can you insist on Christian morality when you believe in equality of religions or no religion at all? And it doesn't matter what the Founding Fathers may have wanted, it's what they unleashed, the Constitution, that matters. So it doesn't matter if this or that Founding Father made it clear in this or that writing that's not the Constitution, that what's happening now was never intended. The Founding Fathers never intended for women or blacks to vote. So unless you're willing to advocate a return to that, invoking the Founding Fathers is pretty weak. And if they appeal to the majority saying the majority doesn't want it, we'll give it enough time and they will. Give enough time and it will become normal, like women voting. And then guess what? The Republicans and all the so-called conservative commentators will abandon any given issue and move to the left, just like they did on rainbow marriage. Almost every state in the Union had laws against rainbow activity. The left said that what happens in the bedroom isn't the government's business, so they all got repealed. But it didn't stay in the bedroom, did it? Soon they demanded their parades. They demanded to tell stories to our children. They demanded the right to adopt children. And they demanded the right to go into our schools and tell our children they might be gay. And they demanded the right to get married. They demanded that we accept their sexual deviancy as normal. The Republicans in the conservative media told us to support them and they would take care of it. During the George W. Bush administration, the Republicans worked tirelessly on getting rainbow marriage bans in all state constitutions. Now they could care less, and the so-called conservative commentators have also abandoned the issue. In fact, I was shocked when I saw Caitlyn Jenner on Sean Hannity. That would never have happened just 10 years earlier, but Caitlyn supports Republicans, and that's all that matters. I mean, is anyone advocating for a ban on rainbow marriage anymore? I don't listen to those guys anymore. But when the Supreme Court decision came down, it seemed like the Republicans and so-called conservative commentators just kind of said, oh well, next. And this is what I'm really trying to get across to people. You have to stop with this left versus right mentality, because they are both part of the Freemasonic system that denies the rights of God, denies Christ the right to be recognized as king, denies the Catholic Church the right to exclusivity in society, the right to conduct oversight over the government, and to be recognized by the state as the true religion, and the exclusive right to public worship. Following the right wing of the Freemasonic system, expecting it to solve the problems of society is futile. The only answer is the return to Christendom, Catholic Church in charge, Christendom. Look, is Christianity the true religion? Is Catholicism the true expression of that religion? If you say yes, then why do you object to this? The idea that different religions and ideologies can live in the same society without one dominating the others is just as unattainable as the communist utopia. It's just taking longer for it to implode on itself. Even the left understands this, which is why they are doing what the Catholic Church should be doing, imposing their ideology and censoring detractors. Because ideas are dangerous. The free flow of ideas is what took us from Christendom to where we are now, causing tens of millions of deaths in the process. The Protestant Reformation and the 30 Years' War, which brought us Freemasonry, and the Enlightenment, which brought us the American Revolution, the French Revolution, all the revolutions throughout Europe, at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th centuries, the Russian Revolution, World War I, World War II, the communist takeover of Eastern Europe, all of which has brought us here. And many of those things the so-called conservative commentators say were good things. The real Catholic stance is this: Christ is to reign and be recognized in society as king. The Catholic Church is above civil governance and should be recognized as the true religion to the exclusion of all other forms of worship, regardless of what those who are in charge of the Church say today, even if it is the Pope. Do you really buy that the Catholic Church has always been for religious liberty? History proves otherwise. The syllabus of errors proves otherwise. The papal encyclicals Morari Vos, Libertas, and Quanta Cura, which is infallible, prove otherwise, and no council or subsequent pope can change it. This is the truth. I know it's a hard pill to swallow. It was for me. But the Holy Spirit guided the Catholic Church to these conclusions. Therefore, the Freemasonic system we live under, all of it, is wrong and not pleasing to God. Okay, so what are we supposed to do about it? Raise a holy army and uproot every democracy and reestablish Christendom? The day will come when the great Catholic monarch will do just that. Any attempt outside of him will fail miserably, because only he will receive divine assistance from God. Look, you have to understand, this is a punishment from God. Our Lady came and warned us in Quito, Ecuador, which is Our Lady of Good Success, La Salette, Fatima, and Akita. And at all these places, she said the way out of this is stop offending God, do penance, and pray the rosary. That's how we get out of this. Am I saying we shouldn't vote? No. If we live in a democracy, we are bound by the Church to vote for good Catholic politicians. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean every candidate that is Catholic. Most of them are not good Catholics. Beyond that, I believe it is prudent to vote for good politicians, and this would most likely be Republicans or Independents, and not Democrats. What I am saying is stop being on a political team, because what happens is you start making excuses for them. I voted for Trump, and I don't regret it, but he is far from perfect. I personally know 3 people who have lost their government jobs because of all the cutbacks. Regular people with regular jobs that happen to be government. One of them lost her grant money for the heart research she's been doing for almost 5 years, as well as her scholarship money to get her doctorate at Harvard. It's not just the loony stuff that's getting cut, like Hannity, Prager, Shapiro and the boys, and the rest of the right-wing media would like you to think. None of these people I know were getting millions of dollars to watch bugs have sex. And if I know 3, you can bet there are a lot of people out there who also know good people with regular jobs that just happen to be government jobs that are now unemployed. And the Republicans are probably going to get whacked at the midterms. But isn't that how it always happens? Almost like it's by design. Stop looking to these so-called conservatives for answers. They are Republican shills, and that's all. They are part of the system. Start praying the rosary and looking to Christ for answers. And start asking yourself some really hard questions about what you believe. Pray the rosary for the purpose of knowing the truth and receiving contrition and pardon for your sins, and you will be stunned at what is revealed to you. Until my next video, God bless.
But they had,
absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Sure. How you doing? How was your Pajot talk?
I thought it was fun. I don't. You tell me. I mean, I've gotten different responses. It was cool. A little unfulfilling, but
I haven't. I only saw a little bit of like a couple clips because we just got back from like a 2-week road trip, so I haven't seen much of it.
So Twitter Spaces is audio only, right? I don't get to. I just got my camera set up. Okay.
You're on my channel, so you can clip this and do whatever.
Okay. Is this being recorded or?
Yeah, we're live on YouTube and over here on Twitter.
Man, I'm pretty clueless. So
okay.
I reached out to you, Jay, because I had it had to be like 50, 60 something, like a lot of people saying, "Hey, you got to talk to Jay Dyer."
Okay.
And so, because my conversation with Jonathan Peugeot, the purpose of that conversation, the reason I set up the call, the reason he spoke to me, is because I wanted to ask him questions about the work he does with symbolism. That's his thing.
Uh-huh.
And then we get into the call, and he mentions Christianity, and I couldn't help myself, and I was like, do you really believe in that? Can I ask you about your views? Can I push you on this a bit? And I said, Jonathan, I know this is not something that we said we would discuss, but here we are. Like, can I go into this? And he said, yeah, go for it, for sure. And so that's how we got into that conversation.
And what I haven't had a chance to look at your channel. What do you focus on mainly? What's your topics?
Yeah, so basically the question I asked him that I want to ask you is, I agree with you that there's a lot of value to be gained in practicing religion. I think we live in a world where it's difficult to create a system of morality and ethics outside of religion, and there's a lot of value to religion, okay? I think people should practice what they want to practice. That being said, I still think it's appropriate to say, well, hold on a minute, did the stories of the Bible actually happen? But again, I want to make it extremely clear to the listeners, I'm not saying this is so silly, you shouldn't practice religion. I'm saying there's value to religion, and it's a good question to ask, how do you know the stories happened? And I think you can be someone who practices religion or appreciates religion, but doesn't believe in the Bible word for word. So really my question is just, how do you know that the Bible, like the stories of the Bible, actually happened? Mm-hmm. That's my question.
Yeah, it's a fair question. I tend to argue the transcendental argument for God's existence, and so it's kind of like it's a logical argument that's prior to logic at all, or the doing of logic, or any knowledge claims at all, because it deals with the preconditions of knowledge. So it's kind of like, I would agree with you that we're not going to settle the issue of like what things are possible or not possible apart from what types of things we think are possible within our worldviews or our paradigms. So ultimately for me, it's kind of a worldview question where we end up saying, well, the only way that I know what's possible is based on some kind of metaphysical assumption from the outset. And in order to go about that, we end up having to do worldview or transcendental argumentation. So that's kind of debating things at a fundamental level. And the challenge is this, that if the Christian God does not exist, then knowledge, metaphysics, and ethics becomes impossible to justify or make sense of. So I usually flip this argument and say that the way that I know is that without that God existing, knowledge in terms of justified true belief wouldn't really even be possible. And so God becomes, for me, in my argument, the necessary grounding for the possibility of knowledge, logic, ethics at all. That's the transcendental argument, and I think it's the strongest one.
By the way, I want to, the other thing, like, I feel like I could have done better in my conversation with Jonathan Peugeot is, like, I want to concede to as many points as I possibly can, because that way I don't detract. I really have one singular point, and I don't want it to get lost. And I feel like with religious debate and conversation, the arguments often get tangled up because there's so many layers of understanding that we can get to with these conversations. So let me concede as much as I can. You're making, so God exists, right? I have no problem with that. Why not? So God is, let's say God is real, and and that explains, I think, whatever you were saying about like the ethics or something. So again, let me ask the question: how do you know that the stories of the Bible actually happen?
Because of the transcendental argument. That's where I start from.
So I don't know if I followed the argument, but I think what your argument is saying is, like, because of some things that we see in the world, like, I don't know, like patterns or something, that therefore the Bible. I'm not following. Like, what's the argument?
So the form of the argument is X is the necessary condition of Y therefore X. The argument, in terms of how I explicate it, is that if God didn't exist, then there would be no way to have justified true belief. That is, a way to ground our knowledge in terms of epistemology. And so because we do have knowledge, or we appear to, exchange information, have conversations, and we use language and meaning and numbers and math and all that, then knowledge appears to exist. And so therefore, in order for knowledge to even be possible, requires some kind of ultimate absolute, some kind of ultimate principle, and namely that is the Christian God. So the Christian God does the work of grounding as a kind of, in theology is called divine conceptualism. So meaning, language, all these things are only possible and it's in the sense of justifying their existence and their
Jay, maybe I'm fucking stupid. I'm not understanding this at all, man. Let me try to read it back to you, and then So the essence of what you're saying is, like, look, you're not trying to prove the Bible stories being true from first principles, saying, hey, Jake, look, here's the evidence, here's how I know it's true. What you're doing is the reverse, which I think is a reasonable approach to take, right? To say, Like I want to think of an analogy. Like if I can't prove so, like if I find a dead person with a bullet hole in their head and I can't find the gun, I can infer like, hey, this person probably got shot in the head because now there's a bullet hole in their head, right? So it's possible for us to infer causal relationships.
No.
In the reverse.
So I don't fault you for.
But I really like I don't know if it's because I haven't slept enough. Like, so you're saying. Can you say your argument in like one sentence? Like, so you think that the essence of what you're saying is you think the stories of the Bible happened because of some way that they're manifesting themselves in reality. I'm just not clear what you're really saying. Like,
yeah, I mean, right. So again, it's a specific type of logical argument called the transcendental argument for God's existence, right?
Yes.
And it posits that before you can even do the type of questioning that you're asking about what's possible in terms of miracles or Bible stories or whatever, that there are prior questions that we all have and assumptions about what's possible that have to be debated and discussed first. So in your worldview, you would, as a skeptic or an atheist or whatever your position is, agnostic, you would assume that, it just doesn't seem like those things are possible. So at the outset, you and I have different accounts of what things are and aren't possible, metaphysically speaking. So the point there is just to say that...
I don't think we do at all. If I told you, hey man, like my grandma rose from the dead today, you'd be like, nah man, no she didn't. Like, let me see evidence of that. I would bet that you and I, Jay, have the same understanding of what generally is metaphysically possible.
Well, no, but because my ultimate governing commitment is the Christian paradigm, yours is not. So no, we have fundamentally different accounts of what things are and are not possible.
Would you believe me if I told you right now my grandmother rose from the dead today?
No, I would not.
Why not?
Because it's very unlikely.
Right, because why? Because it violates what you know about physics, right?
No, it's just it wouldn't be likely just given a common sense account of what things typically occur. But
exactly. So you take your words. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you.
So the whole argument, I think you've missed the entire argument. The argument is not settled by particular claims about this or that event in our lives. It's a question of paradigms as a whole. And you're reading everything, all of the evidence that comes into your brain or whatever is read through your worldview, through your paradigm. And so you say, your assumption is that certain things are not possible or very, very unlikely. But that has nothing to do with whether or not you can give an account for these things as a whole. So do you believe that there's objective truth or that knowledge is possible?
I don't. You have to define those terms. And by the way, I don't want to. I'm not trying to. I don't want to like outright try to refute what you're saying or try to kind of push you to a corner. I really am genuinely trying to understand.
Right. So I mean, we've heard skeptical claims a lot, and I don't have a problem with you bringing forward sort of the skeptical claim or argument. But the point is that this is a much deeper issue than whether or not it's possible for something out of the ordinary to happen. So let's say that your grandmother did appear to, come back or wake up out of the coffin or something like that. I mean, you would probably assume that even if that occurred, it wasn't a miracle. It was some sort of weird phenomenon that we haven't studied or understood yet, or science hasn't given us an answer yet, right? So even if someone rose from the dead, it wouldn't necessarily mean that the supernatural is true, even in your worldview, right?
No, I mean, if someone rose from the dead, I would be a believer, man. I would say, wow, that's pretty good evidence that something's going on here. I would, in that instant, I would try to find a religious.
Well, don't you think that? So there's a lot of claims of this in the world, right? And most skeptics.
Is my mic okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can.
It's good because I got this Shure microphone. I don't know if it's coming. The audio on Twitter Spaces doesn't really give me an option to. You
sound great to me. So.
Do I?
You sound great. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, man. You should see. Okay. So anyway, so you were saying...
No, I mean, there are miracle claims all the time in the world, and most people do not accept them. They most of the time they will say, well, there's probably another explanation for that. And you don't think in the case of your grandmother you would look for another explanation?
Yeah, so if I saw it, then I would say, wow, that's pretty remarkable. If I told you my grandmother rose from the dead, hopefully you would not believe me. You would say, dude, I don't believe you. That sounds pretty unlikely.
Well, that's precisely why this issue can't be solved on what people's claims are, and it's a
Exactly.
yeah. Exactly. So that's why it goes to the paradigm level. That's the whole point of the transcendental argument.
So let's look then. I was saying like, oh, I don't understand the transcendental argument. Let's drill into the transcendental argument. So I'm going to say what I understand about it, and then maybe you can elaborate a bit, and we can have a substantive conversation about this argument itself. So the transcendental argument, as I understand from you, is that we understand the divinity of the Bible or of Christianity based on the causes of that source. So based on what we're seeing.
It's not the causal argument.
We're seeing in reality. So let's just dig into that. So what is it about the world?
Right, so the transcendental argument is prior to the teleological argument, is prior to the causal argument. It's before all of those, because it's an argument about the possibility of arguing at all. So it's a meta-level argument. Are you familiar with like meta-level argumentation?
I just think it's, I guess.
Well, maybe you need to understand it first, because I'm not trying to be rude, but like let's understand it first. So what is your worldview first, by the way? Agnostic?
I don't know. You know what? I actually, on principle, I'm going to stay away from any of those terms because I don't think they're helpful in this context. In fact, I think they detract from the point. I think a big problem with these religious arguments is you have people like Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson who, because of their own ego primarily, are kind of rambling and trying to intertwine these complex terms. I'm going to use as simple terms as possible and as few words as possible to make my points, because I think that is at the crux of a powerful argument. And I can very concisely describe how I understand reality without the use of any of these more complex theories, right? So what do I believe? I believe we live on planet Earth, and it is round, and it orbits the sun. I believe that we have an intact system for discerning truth about history.
And what would that be?
Yeah, so hold on. So I believe we have an intact system for discerning truth about, generally speaking, about science and history. And we sometimes get it wrong. Sometimes we fuck it up. And sometimes the details are wrong. But you and I both agree, I don't even have to ask this, you and I both agree that largely speaking, our global societal understanding of history is true, right? Neither you...
No, I have no idea what that even means. That's just appeals to generalities that I don't even know what that means.
So I'll be very specific. Both you and I agree that claims of the fact that the Mayans had a thriving civilization, that there was a Roman Empire that rose and fell, that the Mongolian Empire, that Christopher Columbus sailed across the ocean, all of these are historical accounts that we have created as a society and understood. And I'm going to make the bet, and please tell me if I'm wrong, that you believe these things, that you believe George Washington was the first president, that you believe Christopher Columbus sailed across the ocean. Am I correct or am I incorrect?
Yeah, I don't have any significant reasons to doubt those things.
So let me respond to that. So the reason you're not doubting those things is because, like myself, you agree that through the methods that, as a society, as a world, we've discovered that the Egyptians had pyramids and the Mayans had a civilization and Christopher Columbus sailed across the ocean. We trust those things because we know that we have a great system for understanding historical fact. It's not a perfect system.
No,
pretty good.
Now we come to the problem here.
So do you or don't you? So here's the question: do you or don't you believe that we have a really good system?
No. So you're confusing. So it would help to take an epistemology class, not being a rude person by saying that, but you can assert the things that are commonly held, but that doesn't tell you that you have the right theory of epistemology or the right theory of knowledge. That's another type of question. So you're confusing the pragmatic account of what most of us believe or what we think by common sense, which is not necessarily wrong, but none of that can tell you whether you have the right theory of knowledge.
But I'm asking a very simple question. Do you believe?
No.
Like, I'll ask 8 words.
You can ask that question, but it's ignoring what I'm raising, which is epistemology and your theory of knowledge. So you can't just keep appealing to to consensus, because at the level of epistemic theory, that's a fallacy. Okay.
So I'll grant all that. So here's my question, and it's a yes or no question. And do you, Jay Dyer, think that we meaning, America, society, the world, whatever, do we have a system for discerning historical truth that works? Do we have a system that works?
It works for certain things, but it can't tell you the right theory of epistemology. That's the point.
I feel like invoking these terms is
okay. So in other words, you don't want to go into philosophy because that would be the problem.
I want to go into philosophy, but I want you to answer my question. Do you think we have a system?
I'm answering your question, but it's such a low tier type of question that you're not familiar with what epistemic theory is. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
What?
I know
what is it? What is your theory of epistemology?
Epistemology is.
Are you Googling it right now?
As the notion of truth in terms of epistemic notions.
Did you Google it to read it?
I Googled it because I don't.
Yeah. Right. So you're not even aware of what the issues are. The question was, what is your theory of knowledge? Not do people believe things through common sense and consensus. Do you understand that consensus is a fallacy?
Consensus is a fallacy. Sure. Yeah. That can be a fallacy if everyone just believes one thing.
Okay, so your epistemic theory was grounded on a fallacy because you said, well, what we know is what we all know, what America and the world is determined.
I'm asking you a question. Do you think that
That's a tu quoque.
What's that? I don't know what these are.
So you don't know what these. So why are you trying to debate these things? You don't know the basic fallacies.
And you're pushing back by asking other questions. So
no. The question was about epistemology, and you're asking me another question, which is a tu quoque.
So I apologize if I ignored your question. So what? Your question that I heard was you're questioning me about whether.
I want to know your theory of knowledge because you said we know. In fact, you said it twice. We know that this is the right approach to how we have knowledge of history, and I'm saying that is not adequate and doesn't work for grounding your epistemology. That's another type of question that you can't just appeal to consensus.
Yeah. So I don't know that. So let me try to answer your question, Jay.
Have you had a basic philosophy class? I'm not trying to be rude to you, but I can tell that you haven't.
I have.
You have, but you didn't know what epistemology was.
I don't know the definition as you're using.
Okay, but you would learn that if you had a philosophy class.
I mean, I have a degree in this. I just haven't. I just don't think it's relevant to the specific question.
Oh, so epistemology is not relevant to the question of debate. Okay.
No, sorry, it's been a while. So the theory of knowledge. Okay. So now I remember what it is. Gotcha. So now I remember what I learned in undergrad about epistemology. I'm with you. It's an ontology and there's, all these terms. I just look, to be honest, I don't think.
Right. So you're going to go back to appealing to avoiding the question, right? You're going to go back to appealing to your basic question.
What's your question? Your question is, what is epistemology?
Wow. No. You said that we have a basic way for discerning truth, and we know. You said it twice. We know, right? And I said, how do you know that that's the right criteria for determining truth? That that's the right epistemic criteria?
How do I know? But I don't think you want to be asking that question, and the reason I don't think you want to be asking that question is because if that's a sincere question, then you're calling into question everything we know about reality.
You're not even aware of basic philosophy, so.
Okay.
So if you're going to have a debate, you need to know the basic terms. Mimocracy. Epistemology, the study of epistles, like that girl said. Unmute, dude.
Again?
Sure.
Hey, thank you. Thanks for letting me back in. By the way, I didn't think you were being mean. I think we might have been talking past each other. I mean, I think I should have framed the question like this. Like, I have a particular question, and this question, in my view, doesn't require us to define and interrogate and kind of debate deeper philosophical meaning, definitions.
But our response is that it does.
Okay. So then I guess I guess I have been ineffective and I have failed at articulating my question in such a way that has gotten a response from you. So I want to try again. And again, my goal is just to get a response. So I want to grant you everything that you want to be granted. I want to accept the definitions as you have stated them for every philosophical term that you might have, and any claim of my own ignorance.
So I think that the impasse that we're having is that you think that the questions that I'm asking or the things that I'm saying to you aren't addressing what your challenge is. And my response is that the challenge is more fundamental than the question that you're asking.
The challenge is more fundamental.
Right.
I'm just.
My challenge to you is more fundamental. My response is more fundamental than the level of discourse or dispute that you have about historical events and historical claims.
Right, and so then if I'm, and by the way, it's possible that the way I'm framing this question is just not acceptable. In which case, I tried and I can chalk up my losses. But I guess here's another question. Let's say you're going for a walk one day, and a 5-year-old walks up to you and he says, "Hey, you're Jay Dyer," and you're like, "Yeah." And the 5-year-old boy is like, "Hey, Jay Dyer, I have a question for you. Do we as a society have a way of ascertaining historical truth? Yes or no?" What would you say to that 5-year-old?
Again, if you restate this, it's ignoring the question that we're asking, which is that you're assuming a whole bunch of things that have not been demonstrated yet. Because the way that the question...
I'm a 5-year-old, I'm asking a question.
No, this doesn't work. Again, you don't understand why this doesn't work. But I mean, I'm not trying to be rude to you, but like, there's a reason why philosophy progresses in the direction that it does, and certain things happen the way that they do. It's not something that's divorced from life and reality.
Yeah.
And so
I'll do whatever it takes, man. I will do whatever it takes to get you to answer my question. Like, what do I have to do? What do I have to answer?
I'm not really even understanding.
How do I get you to answer
his question is, let me see if I restate it. The question is that if we have a reliable way to go about...
Do we have a reliable way? That's my question.
Again, you don't understand the question, the response. Because it's a paradigm level question. You can't just respond with the way that many people operate as if that addresses the paradigm level question. Does that make sense or no?
I'll answer really easy.
Be mean to me. Tell me what I need to do. I will do anything, man.
Well, I'll tell
whatever
you.
I need to do. Just answer my question. How do I get? What can I say to get you to answer my question?
I'll
answer
answer
more
it.
definitions? Like, what do I do?
I'll answer it.
Yeah.
People do have a reliable way. I argue this in my paper. At a first order, people can know things, and there's there's methodologies, there's normative principles. The difference is that person at the first order in an autonomous way doesn't know that. They don't know if that's reliable.
Okay.
So that's why it pushes up to a second order question is only the Orthodox paradigm can actually, from a privileged epistemic point of view, say, yeah, that's a reliable historical mode. That child can know that. That's correct. That person knows. So, apart from the Orthodox paradigm, people don't know that they have a reliable method. Does that make sense? So
Father Ananias, and by the way, I'd love to speak with you sometime. A lot of my viewers so I did this. What became a debate. It was an accidental, impromptu debate with Jonathan Peugeot, during which I was very apologetic. I really didn't want to progress it, but we did, and I thought it was interesting. So a lot of my guests, my viewers of that debate, wanted me to talk to both you, Jay Dyer, and you, Father Ananias. So if we can, I'm going to reach out to you. Hope we can connect. So, Father Ananias, my question is, do you, Father Ananias, believe that we as a society have an accurate or effective way for discerning or ascertaining historical truth?
yes, I absolutely do believe.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. Okay, my next question is, given that you do believe that we as a society have a way of ascertaining historical truth, and by the way, one of the amazing products of that ability to discern truth is history textbooks, okay? So here's my question to Father Ananias. Because you believe in the system that we have for ascertaining historical truth, which has resulted in products like history textbooks, my question to you is, why are the stories of the Bible not in history textbooks?
Why are they not in the history textbooks?
Yes, that's my question.
When do you think the first textbook was?
Do you really want to? So let me ask you, the first textbook was after a lot of history that's recorded in the textbooks, right? We were able
The first textbook is after the history in the textbooks.
Oh, so, yeah, big time. Do you think that the Mayan civilization had history textbooks?
Dude, come on. I asked you a question. When were the first textbooks?
When were the first textbooks? I don't know. I don't know the answer to the question.
So wait a minute. Your question is premised on that history textbooks should and ought to have the biblical stories in them if they're going to be reliable. But you don't know when the first textbooks were written.
It depends what you mean by textbooks. So
what do you mean by textbook? This is your argument, dude.
You have a really interesting way of like.
Okay, here we go. So you have a low tier. You have it's like a kindergarten level epistemology, and when we reply with the nuance that's necessary for these questions, you act like we're short.
Question. I'm saying I don't know, and you're saying that your argument's bullshit. Like,
well, I'll respond.
Well, you ought to know if that's what your argument's based on.
By the way,
it's not. It isn't. It's irrelevant when the first history textbook.
So we ought to go by history textbooks. Who cares when they and where they come from? Why don't they have the Bible?
The first history textbook was in 1482. There's your.
Did you just Google that? Like you Googled it earlier?
This isn't.
So you debate with Google.
And what this has to do with the reliability of the scriptures, which themselves are historical accounts. I could answer and be like, I don't know. I could speculate, and I could give you answers. Why aren't they recorded in history books? But it has nothing.
This has nothing to do with whether it's true or false. Exactly.
Whether it's true or false or reliable.
I'm asking why is it on the history textbook? That's what I'm asking.
But that's irrelevant to whether it's true or false. You don't say again. You don't.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer it. I can't, and I'm not going to, because I think it's going to drive you to a more important point. I'll say I don't know. How about that?
I don't know this. I want to get into stuff other than this, and I want
lots of things we don't know. But do you see how that then leads to that question? But it's irrelevant whether that's a reliable method.
But you already agreed it's a reliable method because I asked you, do you believe we have a method?
Yeah, but we want to know.
Yeah, because of the historical text.
Yeah, right? We want to know though, like why you think it's a reliable method, because your argument is assuming that, right?
Well, Father Ananias already said it is. So
no. I want to know why you think it is.
And you do too, by the way.
I want to know why you think it is.
For the same reasons that you do. That's why I do.
No, my reasons are ultimately theistic. I want to know why you think that's a reliable method. What's the criteria that we're supposed to go by here?
So the criteria, and this is a longer, more complicated answer, but the bigger point is that we have two options. All of us on this call, we either believe that the Earth is round, that science is real, and that the Roman Empire
appeals to irrelevance. That's had nothing to do with
it. I can tell you the system of methods that were used to determine, for example, that the Roman Empire existed.
So let's go back to the point that we had when you were first on, which is that you don't understand the question that's being asked to you when you posit that. So you assert that as your method and your criteria, and then I ask you why we ought to think that that's the correct criteria, and you had, and the last time that you came on. The last time you came on, you didn't want to answer that. You had to look it up.
I'm the guest. I'm the one asking the question.
No, it doesn't work like that. No, it's a debate. A debate's back and forth. So you don't get to set the parameters.
If I ask a question and you defer it by saying, well, when were the history books written? And that's not part of my argument. And then I tell you...
It is. Your argument assumes that we're supposed to somehow know that historical books are reliable, and you couldn't even tell me when history textbooks go. Like, why are we supposed to follow a textbook?
You're asking anecdotal questions.
They're not anecdotal. They're based on your... I'm questioning your assumptions, which you haven't questioned. That's what epistemology does.
So first of all, I gave you the answer, 1482.
No, you didn't.
It's totally irrelevant.
You don't understand. Do you understand what an arbitrary ad hoc argument is? The fact that something.
That's what you're making continuously.
I'm making it. So asking you questions is arbitrary and ad hoc.
Yes, correct. Asking a question about the date of a history textbook when it's irrelevant to the point I'm making is an ad hoc. You're deviating from the point. It's a form of hubris, frankly. Father Ananias was able to answer it, and to answer your question, the way
we just simply said that it's all irrelevant, and I'm only bringing up the history of when they started as to point out that if history textbooks,
I answered your question.
If history textbooks come from the 1400s, why would we expect that they would record things that are 6,000 years old?
Because they did. They recorded things like the Mayan civilization, the Roman Empire, which were years and years old.
Again, but none of this has anything to do with whether it's true or false. That's the stupidity of this whole debate, is that you don't understand the epistemic issue.
Father Ananias already said that he agrees we have an accepted method.
But that doesn't tell us about what we ought. ought to believe. So the fact that people,
with him because he disagrees with
I don't
you.
care what. Listen, the fact
Don't
that
disagree. Jay's right on this.
yeah, the fact that people
Pointing out
agree.
is you have no justification
Yeah.
for what's an accepted method. We do, and this is why it goes into a presuppositional and transcendental argument for the existence of God, which in part is part of the grounding that we know that these are historically accurate, because the impossibility of the contrary to establish outside the worldview of orthodoxy in the scriptures on the entirety to make any claims whatsoever. So I can say it because orthodoxy provides the only epistemically privileged position. Nobody else can do that. So you can't arbitrarily come in and be like, well, I don't accept this, and I don't. Those are all knowledge claims.
You don't understand the difference between first order and second order claims either, which is the whole point of why we're having to go over this again and again.
Yeah, look, I think I'm gonna get muted soon, so I don't want to dig.
Look, all you have to look. Just tell me. So you've made a bunch of arguments about why we ought to follow the historical method that you're talking about. Why ought we do that? What's your epistemic criteria for that?
Here we go again. Like this is.
Yeah, so you don't like normal philosophy terms. You understand? If you're going to go debate people publicly, maybe you should know what these words mean. Why wouldn't you do that?
If you're making knowledge claims, you're in the category of epistemology. So you can't just say, well, I don't like this and I don't want to do it.
I'm making, but I actually think that you're subverting my question.
So you can't tell me why I ought to believe your position.
I can tell you why I ought to believe my position. So, by the way, for those listening...
No, don't change it. Tell me why we ought to believe your position.
Okay, so let me express what my position is, because I don't think it's...
No, we don't. We've heard it 5 times, dude. Why ought we believe your historical account? Your historical method.
Because every single person, including yourself, believes that we have a way of ascertaining historical truth.
That's just
why,
so that doesn't tell me that I ought to believe it. Even if everybody in the world does accept it, that doesn't tell me that I ought to believe it. That's a fallacy.
I'm making a point about I'm making a point about how do we live our lives. What's the
None of those are all non sequiturs. The fact, I mean, that's relativistic.
Fine. You want data, historical records, 5 things: historical records, archaeological evidence, coinage, literature, and
those are all assertions of facts, and I asked why we ought to believe that method.
Because it has been proven time and again to be
proven by who?
stand the test of time.
That's a circle.
So you're
melting down because you haven't understood basic epistemic questions.
So
you understand? You understand that I would help you. You would be a better debater if you understood basic epistemic questions. And you're melting down because you don't even understand it. You're just floundering.
You're not responding.
What's the is-ought distinction?
You're debating yourself.
What's the is-ought distinction?
You're debating yourself. I'm asking a question. You're not.
What's the is-ought distinction?
Again, you're debating.
So you don't know
yourself.
basic philosophy. You said you had a philosophy class.
But you are bringing my question into your
No.
paradigm.
Again, no, we're not. I'm just saying. No, I'm asking your account of why I ought to believe it, and you haven't given me a good argument.
By the way, this is a patronizing way of talking.
Oh, here we go. Now here comes the ad hominems and the complaints and the whining. You're not a victim. You came on here to debate. Tell me why I ought to believe your position. What's the difference between is ought?
So is what is in reality. Ought
Right.
is more of a statement about what we should do.
Okay, why ought I believe your position? Correct.
Why you should believe my position? There's many reasons. We have found that using historical records, archaeological evidence...
We have found. Who? That's a universal claim. That's just an assertion.
Every historian
Every
in the world...
historian. Universal claim. Are you serious or are you trolling? Come on.
No, it's a fact.
It's a fact. So I can just assert, do you understand in a debate how bad that is? What you just said, how dumb that is?
It's a fact. Like, I don't know what else to say.
Okay, so you can just assert things in a debate as facts and universal claims.
It is a fact. It's a fact. Like, there are certain claims that are facts, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Your claim wasn't even a fact. It's dumb. You said all historians assert your position.
No, I'm telling you facts. Like, I don't know what else to say.
You just melted down. The whole chat's laughing at you, dude. You realize that?
Hey, let them laugh at me. It's a fact.
Are you a troll? This is ridiculous.
Then mute me and don't...
Goodbye. Gladly.
If an app was built on an AI code platform but no one has published it, did it ever really exist? Fiverr has the answer, a pool of development experts ready to help you deploy your app to a domain, set up hosting, and make it accessible to users on the web, bringing your creation to life for real. Hire an expert today on Fiverr.
We now know that all the facts of all the historians assert my positions everywhere in the world. They say what I say, and it's just a fact. It is the case, and it's a fact, and I know that because it's a fact. Literally, T-Jump. Like, actually, T-Jump's better than that guy. I will give T-Jump better.
Well, it's the same thing over and over again that somebody tells us a story, and they attach the words facts, proven, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, you just say it's a fact. You just say it's a fact.
We're not asking what you believe is a fact. We're asking the justification for that. So that why ought we to believe that?
Yeah,
so
but we all believe this.
justification would have normative...
This is so stupid.
Would be binding upon us. Yeah, I ought to believe
That guy's a liar, too. He says that he's studied philosophy. He's had philosophy classes. Every single basic... I'm not being mean, but I don't think that it's not appropriate to lie and present yourself publicly as something that you're not. And if you claim that you're a philosopher, you've studied philosophy and had philosophy classes, as he claimed when he was first on, and you don't know any of the basic terms that come up in philosophy, people think that we're being mean, I'm being mean to people. No, you're being a fraud because you're presenting yourself as a philosopher and a student of these. He said he'd had classes on these things. No, he hadn't. He didn't know one single philosophical term that we mentioned in that whole time. So I don't think he's had any philosophy classes. And people love to get on and just present themselves as something that they're not. He says, I need to debate you because I debated Pajot. And this guy's just wanting attention. He's wanting to build up his channel. He invited Pajot on and then starts a debate with Pajot and acts like he didn't want to have a debate, but it happened. He says, you need to debate me in the DMs. We need to have this debate. Well, I said, you can come on a live stream. I'm not putting you up as a formal debate opponent when you have about 300 subscribers. No, I'm sorry, I don't owe you these things. And so when he comes on claiming that he's studied philosophy, he's had this training, and then he hasn't had any at all, that's fraudulent. Yeah, somebody said he got a University of Phoenix philosophy degree. So again, I'm not even, Father Deacon is way more studied in epistemology than me. But I've had enough philosophy to immediately tell when somebody's lying. And it only works really for low tier people. Like, that's the only way that the T-Jump can get an audience, is by a bunch of low tier Reddit people who are duped into his constant appeals to really simple common sense things. Look, all I'm asking for is a simple answer to a question. Look, if you wouldn't believe that my grandmother rose from the dead, why should I believe Jesus rose from the dead? And then when we point out that these are ultimately paradigm level questions, no, I don't want to go to all that. Don't give me all that. Well, what's epistemology? And then you guys heard him Googling it.
So I entitled the book Between Yahwism and Judaism, and I'm sure we'll get into what I mean by Yahwism, what I mean by Judaism in the discussion, but this is the period of transition, or the period right before the transition to when Judaism first emerges.
So what is the earliest evidence that we have when it comes to, because I think I like to start with, we have stories like Ezra, and he brought out a law for the Persian king. When you look at stories like that in the book of Ezra, does the archaeological record indicate a different story, or something that may potentially conflict with what the texts actually say?
So the story that you're referring to in the books of Ezra and Nehemiah tell the story of a Judean priest coming from Babylonia, Ezra, who was a priest and a scribe. And the story goes that Ezra brings a Torah, the book of the law of Moses, to the Judeans. And for the first time, the Judeans hear about this law of the Torah. They hadn't known about it before, and Ezra is the one that brings it. According to the book of Ezra, in Ezra 7, it was the king of Persia, Artaxerxes, that instructed Ezra to bring this Torah to Judea. And then later on in the book of Nehemiah, Nehemiah 8, we hear the story of Ezra opening this Torah scroll in front of all of the people of Judah in Jerusalem and reading this Torah. For the first time, the people discover that there is something called the Torah of Moses. And according to the story, they discover that they are to celebrate the holiday of Sukkot in the 7th month, and immediately they go set about to do that, and that's the story in the books of Ezra and Nehemiah. The question is, are these simply stories, or is there some kind of historical background to this? Scholars usually think, and since the 19th century, scholars have believed that these stories are historical. They happened more or less as is told. And as a result of this belief in these stories, scholars have assumed that, well, we then have Judaism emerging, because if the people are keeping the laws of the Torah already in the time of Ezra and Nehemiah, King Artaxerxes, so presumably we're talking about the middle of the 5th century before the Common Era, we should start to talk about Judaism already in the middle of the 5th century BCE. And if you look in standard books about early Judaism, they will tell you that Judaism emerges in the Persian period, the middle of the 5th century BCE. The problem with this way of going about history is that we can't just simply take a biblical story and say, well, it sounds like it could have happened. There's no miracles in it. There's no reason to question these stories. So let's just believe that they happened as they're told. That is, again, the standard way that scholars have been approaching these stories, and of course, that's, you and I both know that this is not the way we do history, and we need to go about attacking this question from a different angle. And the angle that I suggest in my first book, that you had held up before, I have a copy here as well, The Origins of Judaism. The way that I go about it in this book is by looking for actual evidence. So what evidence do we have that Judeans are actually keeping the laws of the Torah? And the way I go about it in this book is I take a period of time when we have ample evidence that the Judeans are keeping the laws of the Torah. And that, as it turns out, in the 1st century of the Common Era, we have ample evidence, both historical, textual evidence, and archaeological evidence, material remains, which indicate that Judeans are keeping the laws of the Torah on a wide-scale basis. I then go backwards in time to look at the 1st century before the Common Era, the 2nd century before the Common Era, the 3rd century before the Common Era, and so on and so forth, looking to see when does that trail of evidence end. And as it turns out, the trail of evidence ends in the middle of the 2nd century before the Common Era. So we're talking about the Hasmonean period. Before that, there's simply no evidence that has survived indicating that Judeans are keeping the laws of the Torah. So that is suggestive of something. Why is there no evidence before? Is it possible that before the middle of the 2nd century, before the Common Era, there was wide-scale observance of the Torah, but simply no evidence has survived? Possible. But at a certain point, we have to ask, well, okay, why is it that there is no evidence of positive evidence? And then, when we start to look carefully at the Persian period, we see that there's actually some negative evidence, which would suggest that the Judeans were not keeping the laws of the Torah. And those two together, the fact that there's no positive evidence and there is some negative evidence, lead me to suspect that probably the Persian period is not the best period of time to be searching for the beginnings of Judaism. It probably began after that. Now, I'm not the only one to recognize that the Persian period has some evidence for non-observance of the Torah already. from the early 20th century, we have the evidence from Elephantine, which indicates that Judeans there didn't know about the Torah. There's no evidence that they knew about the Torah. There's negative evidence which indicates that they were not keeping the laws of the Torah. They were worshiping several gods. They had a temple outside of Jerusalem, which goes against the the notion in Deuteronomy that there should be a central cult. So all together, the evidence at Elephantine suggests that those Judeans were not keeping Judaism. But then we also have evidence from elsewhere, from Mesopotamia and from Judea itself. We'll talk about this, I'm sure, during our discussion, which seems to indicate that the Judeans were not keeping the laws of the Torah. So, like I said, I'm not the only one to notice this, that in the Persian period we have negative evidence. And this has led scholars, especially in more recent years, to begin to use a different term when speaking about the Persian period. And that term is, we're not going to call the Judean, I don't like to use the word religion, but for our purposes, we'll speak about Judean religion. If we're not going to call it Judaism, let's think of a different word that we can use, and the word that scholars have come up with is Yahwism. So the idea is that in the Persian period, Judeans had inherited from their Iron Age forebears this central worship of Yahweh. So the central Judean god was named Yahweh, and so we can call the worship of Yahweh Yahwism, and that we can use that we can use as a term for speaking about Judean religion already in the Iron Age, but also into the Persian period. So that is a term which has become much more common in recent years. And then what I'm doing here in my book, between Yahwism and Judaism, is looking at the period right after the Persian period, but right before the Hasmonean period. So that period right in between. And the question is, should we be thinking of that early Hellenistic period as more akin to what came before? Do we have continuity from the earlier Persian period, or do we start to see something like we begin to see under the Hasmoneans, where we can start to talk about Judaism? So how should we be thinking about this early Hellenistic period, which falls in between the Persian period and the Hasmonean period? Just to be clear about the dates, so the early Hellenistic period begins with the conquests of Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great conquers the east, specifically the Levant, which is particularly of interest to us, in 332 BCE. And for me, the end of the early Hellenistic period, at least for the purposes of the book, is 175 BCE, with the death of Seleucus IV and the rise of Antiochus IV, his son. So I'm ending my survey right before the events which lead to the Hasmonean revolt.
Now, some will try to say, well, what about the Septuagint? Because we have the letter of Aristeas, and we know that the Septuagint was 1st century BCE, or we supposedly know. And the letter of Aristeas is powerful evidence that, well, the Septuagint, which was originally just the first 5 books of the Tanakh, the Torah, was translating surely a Hebrew text into Greek in the 1st century BCE. But what are the potential problems with this story that were provided from the letter of Aristeas?
Right. Good. So that's the story of the letter of Aristeas falls exactly in the 3rd century BCE. So this is the period of interest for me for this book. And if we were to take the story at its word, we have here the translation of the Torah into Greek by a group of 70-odd Judean scholars, and that would one would think that would suggest that this means that Judaism existed, that people were following the Torah. There must have been a reason why the Torah was translated into Greek. It must have been in order to, and then you can fill in the blanks, the reason why you want to give for why the Torah was translated into Greek. So some people think that the reason the Torah was the reason given in the letter of Aristeas, by the way, is that the king, Ptolemy, wanted a copy of the Torah for his library in Alexandria. Or at least his librarian wanted a copy of the Torah translated into Greek. But scholars have, on the one hand, have rejected this story as fictional. So scholars have long recognized that the story is late, probably dates to the 2nd century BCE, and most scholars reject the story as fictional, but most scholars also, at the same time, accept the dating for the Septuagint. I'm happy that you said supposedly, because I'm somewhat skeptical about the dating of the Septuagint. I don't think we have good evidence, or at least very compelling evidence for the dating. But many scholars think that it was translated around the time that we are told in the letter of Aristeas. So, do we have continuity from the earlier Persian period, or do we start to see something like we begin to see under the Hasmoneans, where we can start to talk about Judaism? So, how should we be thinking about this early Hellenistic period, which falls in between the Persian period and the Hasmonean period? Just to be clear about the dates, so the early Hellenistic period begins with the conquests of Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great conquers the east, specifically the Levant, particularly of interest to us in 332 BCE. And for me, the end of the early Hellenistic period, at least for the purposes of the book, is 175 BCE, with the death of Seleucus IV and the rise of Antiochus IV, his son. So I'm ending my survey right before the events which lead to the Hasmonean revolt.
Now, some will try to say, well, what about the Septuagint? Because we have the letter of Aristeas, and we know that the Septuagint was 1st century BCE, or we supposedly know. And the letter of Aristeas is powerful evidence that, well, Septuagint, which was originally just the first 5 books of the Tanakh, the Torah, was translating surely a Hebrew text into Greek in the 1st century BCE. But what are the potential problems with this story that were provided from the letter of Aristeas?
Right. Good. So that's the story of the letter of Aristeas falls exactly in the 3rd century BCE. So this is the period of interest for me for this book. And if we were to take the story at its word, we have here the translation of the Torah into Greek by a group of 70-odd Judean scholars, and one would think that would suggest that this means that Judaism existed, that people were following the Torah. There must have been a reason why the Torah was translated into Greek. It must have been in order to, and then you can fill in the blanks, the reason why you want to give for why the Torah was translated into Greek. So some people think that the reason the Torah was the reason given in the letter of Aristeas, by the way, is that the king, Ptolemy, wanted a copy of the Torah for his library in Alexandria. Or at least his librarian wanted a copy of the Torah translated into Greek. But scholars have, on the one hand, have rejected this story as fictional. So scholars have long recognized that the story is late, probably dates to the 2nd century BCE, and most scholars reject the story as fictional, but most scholars also, at the same time, accept the dating for the Septuagint. I'm happy that you said supposedly, because I'm somewhat skeptical about the dating of the Septuagint. I don't think we have good evidence, or at least very compelling evidence for the dating. But many scholars think that it was translated around the time that we are told in the letter of Aristeas. So let's say around the middle of the second century, the middle of the 3rd century BCE. But okay, let's imagine that the Septuagint does in fact date to this time period, the middle of the 3rd century, end of the 3rd century. It doesn't matter so much. The question is, what does this mean for the widespread knowledge and spread of the Torah? I don't think it says very much, because the very fact that the Torah was translated into Greek does not mean that the Torah was necessarily well known. It means that some people knew about it, obviously enough. It was known enough to intellectuals, people who knew how to read and knew how to translate from Hebrew to Greek, that this was done, right? That doesn't say anything about what the ordinary people knew about or cared about, right? So, in my scholarship in general, my scholarship is always focused on the ordinary people. I'm interested in what ordinary people were doing, what ordinary people knew about, what ordinary people were thinking, what their practices were. And in looking at what the ordinary people were doing, I don't really care what a small group of intellectuals was interested in, knew about, and what they were spending their time on. So the very fact that the Torah might have been translated in the 3rd century doesn't give us any clues even. It really says nothing about what ordinary people knew about or cared about. It's very easy to imagine a small group of people, of intellectuals, that knew about this Torah of Moses and cared about it enough that they would have wanted to translate it into Greek. That doesn't say anything about your ordinary people.
What do you make of the story in Josephus about Antiochus III and all who belong to the people are to be governed in accordance with their ancestral laws? And I asked this question in the context of, if the Septuagint, if the dating of the Septuagint is incorrect, how much later could it potentially have been from the standard dating?
Okay, so first of all, it's important to recognize that okay, in terms of Antiochus III, Josephus, our source for the proclamation of Antiochus III comes from Josephus, as you said. We don't have any document from the time of Antiochus III. Again, dating to around 200 BCE. Let me step back for a second. The Levant, the southern Levant, was occupied by the Ptolemaic kingdom of Egypt in the 3rd century BCE. Come around 200 BCE, the Seleucids, so that's the northern kingdom ruling out of Antioch in Syria, came down and took over the southern Levant from the Ptolemaic kingdom. And according to Josephus, after Antiochus III was the Seleucid king at the time, after Antiochus III took over the southern Levant, he recognized that the Judeans had supported him in his conquest of the southern Levant, and in return, he allowed them to keep, or to continue to keep, their ancestral laws. That's the story that Josephus tells, and Josephus quotes a supposed proclamation of Antiochus III. There's some question among scholars if this document is authentic, if we should believe Josephus that this was an actual document from Antiochus III. Many scholars, perhaps most scholars, think that it is authentic, and okay, I don't know. Let's imagine that this is an authentic document. we still don't have a description of the Torah. The ancestral laws of the Judeans is not a strange thing to encounter. We have ancestral laws of other peoples that also were given, other peoples that were conquered by Hellenistic rulers were often given the opportunity to continue to keep their ancestral laws. So this is not something unique to the Judeans, and the term ancestral laws, it just means the laws that the people have always kept. All peoples have laws, right? Laws are something that you need to govern society for society not to fall apart. And so all peoples have ancestral laws. The fact that Josephus refers to the ancestral laws of the Judeans in the year 200 BCE, again, is not necessarily an indication that we're talking about the Torah. And recently, Professor Reinhard Pratt of Göttingen University in Germany published an entire book on these ancestral laws, where he makes essentially this argument that the ancestral laws that we find before the period of the Hasmoneans was not the laws of the Torah.
So now I want to ask you about the administration of Judea. You mentioned, and you bring up over here, the limestone from Marisha, containing an order in Greek from Seleucus concerning Olympiodorus, and that this seems to indicate that there wasn't a precise Judean high priestly administration, something like that. Could you expand on that?
So this inscription, and there's actually copies that were found elsewhere, Byblos, if I'm not mistaken. What we find here is that the king, the Seleucid king Seleucus IV, instructs Heliodorus, what we can call him perhaps a prime minister, something along those lines, in terms of the temples that are under the jurisdiction of the Seleucids. There's actually no mention of the Judeans in this inscription, but what we find is that in his day, in the day of Seleucus the Fourth, the beginning of the 2nd century BCE, the Seleucid kingdom is increasingly taking over the matters of the temples. And from here we can infer that before the time of Seleucus IV, before this happened, the temples throughout the Seleucid realm, perhaps also in the Ptolemaic realm, were much more independent. And in fact, we find evidence of a certain independence of the temples, or at least the Temple of Jerusalem, in the early Hellenistic period. So, for example, we have, well, already going back to the Persian period, we find in the Elephantine papyrus, one of the Elephantine papyruses, that refers to a Yochanan, the high priest of Jerusalem, and it also refers to the other priests that were under him. And this was from the end of the 5th century BCE. So we have this, we already learn about the high priest and the priesthood of Jerusalem during the Persian period, at the end of the 5th century BCE. A high priest in Jerusalem continued to exist. This office of high priesthood continued to exist in Jerusalem into the 4th century BCE, and we find that on coins, for example. So if you can scroll up or down, I'm not sure where you are here, where I talk about the high priesthood. There's a coin which mentions the name of the high priest. I think we have to go up the other direction, behind. Mentions the high priest by the name of Yochania. No, if you go up. Oh,
let me see if I can.
Yeah, there's a coin which mentions the name of the high priest at the end of the 4th century BCE, The high priest's name is, there we go, Yochaniah, the priest. And this is a fascinating coin because on the one hand, it's written in Paleo-Hebrew, Yochaniah, the priest. Presumably we're talking about a high priest. But the images that we see on this coin are really fascinating. So on the face of the coin, on the left side, we see a face, right? A portrait of some kind. And surrounding the face is a circle. And this has been interpreted as a shield with a gorgon in the center. So this is interpreted as the shield of Athena, the aegis of Athena. And on the other side, we have an owl. And that, of course, is the famous owl of Athena. And right surrounding the owl, on both sides of the owl, are the name, is the name and the title of the high priest of Jerusalem, Yochaniah. That's a Yahwistic name, the priest. So this is fascinating. So first of all, there's evidence of a high priest in Jerusalem at the end of the 4th century BCE. The coin has been dated to the pre-Ptolemaic Macedonian period. So this is after the conquests of Alexander the Great, before Ptolemy I takes over as king of Egypt and as the ruler over the southern Levant. And we have here a Judean high priest in Jerusalem minting coins with motifs that are associated, very clearly associated, with the Greek goddess Athena. Now, in the book, what I suggest is that we need to consider the fact that Athena in the East, among the Semitic peoples, was identified as the Semitic goddess Anat. Anat and Athena are essentially one and the same goddess. We find, for example, on Phoenician inscriptions, we have Phoenician inscriptions that have both Phoenician, written in Phoenician script, which speak of the goddess Anat, and on the same inscription we have in Greek a Greek inscription that mentions Athena. So these were known as one and the same goddess. This warrior, virgin warrior goddess that was worshipped throughout the Eastern Mediterranean, in Egypt as well. Now, what's fascinating is that we know that the Judeans were worshipping, revering, recognizing a goddess named Anat-Yahu in Elephantine. So at Elephantine we have this goddess Anat-Yahu, which presumably means a female goddess associated with Yahu. So that's the Yahweh, as he was known in Elephantine, Yahu. And this Anat-Yahu was associated with him, perhaps was his consort. And this is at the end of the 5th century BCE. 1 century later, we have Athena / Anat on coins in Judea. So I don't think that it would be too much of a stretch to argue that the coins which show Anat / Athena on the coins in Judea were more than simply a nod to Athenian coins from Athens, which have the owl of Athena on them. These coins, by the way, are unique. There are no coins in Athens that have the aegis of Athena on one side and an owl on the other side. So this is a uniquely Judean coin, which is certainly at least nodding in some way to recognition of Athena / Anat. I don't want to make too much of it because in the end of the day, what it is a coin. It's hard to interpret. It's hard to know what the beliefs were behind this coin. But at the very least, it certainly suggests that Judeans in Judea, living in Jerusalem, under a high priest with a Yahwistic name were carrying coins that had motifs associated with the goddess Athena. So this is something, at the very least, which doesn't look like Judaism, right? It looks like something else. And that something else looks similar to what we found 1 century before in the Persian period at Elephantine, which again, it's suggestive, and what it is suggestive of is a continuity from the Persian period into the early Hellenistic period. And this is if we look at this from a longue durée perspective, the Yahwism that we find in the Persian period, this non-exclusive Yahwism, continues to be found as we go into the early Hellenistic period.
So now I would like to shift to the use of names. You mentioned here that names are usually identified as Judean either because they contain a Yahwistic theophoric element, or else because historical sources suggest that the name was used primarily by Judeans. So my question is, so when do we start seeing these theophoric names? And my second part to that question is, when do we start seeing any names attested that resemble anything like Moses or other famous biblical figures?
Okay, so in terms of names with a theophoric element associated with Yahweh, so Yahwistic names, that we already have in the Iron Age. So we have, no small number of inscriptions which give names that have Yahwistic theophoric elements. Any name that has Yah or Yahu at the end, or Yah or Yahu in the beginning. These are Yahwistic names, and we have no small number already in the Iron Age, which suggests that we already have Yahwism during this time period. Aside from inscriptions that mention the god Yahweh as a name, we also have these Yahwistic names of humans, of people that have these Yahwistic theophoric elements. So this we have already in the Iron Age, from, let's say, the 9th century BCE, and this continues onwards into the 8th century, the 7th century, 6th century, 5th century. I mentioned the 5th century in Elephantine, we continue to have Yahwistic names. Onwards into the 4th century and onwards until today. My name, Yonatan, is a Yahwistic name. So we have straight throughout, from the 9th century BCE until the 21st century, Judeans / Jews, and Samaritans, by the way, as well, who are giving their children names with Yahwistic theophoric elements. So this is not something new to Judaism. This is a part of Yahwism. Part of Yahwism is recognizing the Judean God through naming of children. So this begins already in the 9th century BC, or at least our earliest evidence for this is in the 9th century BCE. In terms of names of biblical characters, so that's something which actually begins very, very late. Even in antiquity, even into late antiquity, names of biblical heroes like Moses are extraordinarily rare. So there's a book, or a set of books, by Talilan, which collects all names of Jews wherever they're to be found, whether in Judea, in Babylonia, in the Western diaspora, the Eastern diaspora, wherever she found names, both in textual sources, in epigraphic sources, in inscriptions, wherever she found names, she collected them. This is a work of years, ant work, collecting these names. And her conclusions were that these the biblical heroes like Moses and David, and the big names that we find in biblical stories are mostly absent from the Judean onomasticon, from the Judean list of names, which is in itself very interesting. she suggests that it's something. The reason for this could be that these names were considered too special, too important to be given to a mere baby that has just been born. We can think something along the lines of the name Jesus, that at least in English-speaking countries, people don't name their child Jesus. I know in Hispanic countries, Jesus is a common name, but in English-speaking countries, it's not. And the reason is that we don't name our children Jesus. That it's too special of a name for Christians to be naming their children Jesus. Possibly, this is what Taliban suggests, the biblical heroes were also not very commonly given.
So I want to go back to Anat for a second. And so, would you say that when you look at the evidence that Anat appears to or could be interpreted as possibly Yahweh's wife, and from the Elephantine papyri, would you say that's kind of like reminiscent of what we see with the Asherah and Yahweh in its Asherah inscription? The only difference is it would appear a different goddess as being identified as his wife as opposed to Anat.
Possibly, your guess here is as good as mine. There's so little to go on. All we have with the Kuntilat Adrud inscription that you're alluding to, where we have the name of the Judean god together with Va'asherato and his Asherah. So scholars have been debating since this was discovered. I believe it was in the late 70s, if I'm not mistaken. What does this mean? What is the connection between the Judean god and Asherah? Is this his wife? Perhaps. There's a lot of discussion about that, and about the Elephantine papyrus as well. Anat Yahu, what exactly does that mean? Is Anat the consort of Yahweh? Could we give another interpretation? I don't have anything to add to either of these debates. But what's important for me is that we have, at this time, as late as the 5th century BCE at Elephantine, Anat, right? Whether it is the wife of Yahweh or some other connection, the point is we have this Yahwism that is not exclusive of a single Judean god that cannot be worshipped in association with any other gods or goddesses. The fact that we have Anat in a Judean context, and she is being revered. Right? There are monies that are being collected in her name. This is very significant. What I am suggesting in my present book is that this seems to have continued well into the essentially until the end of the 4th century BCE, into the early Hellenistic period. So this is what's interesting here, that we have this non-exclusive Yahwism continuing from the Persian period into the early Hellenistic period, which is quite a bit later than scholars have normally thought. Scholars usually talk about Judaism emerging in the 5th century BCE, in the Persian period. And here we have non-exclusive, what seems to be, or what can be argued to be, non-exclusivist Yahwism continuing into the early Hellenistic period.
So now I want to ask about this fragment written by Dubius to a Ptolemaic official, mentioning many thanks to the gods. Do we have, besides that document, do we have other documents in which multiple gods are being acknowledged? I remember a while back, not too long ago, you posted on X something about the Passover papyri, in which there was more than one deity being mentioned.
So exactly. So that's what we find in the so-called Passover papyrus, which is dated to the end of the 5th century BCE. We have a mention of Elahaya in Aramaic, which means the gods. We have a Judean that is greeting the addressee with a prayer or a solicitation of the gods in plural. And again, we have a continuation of this into the 3rd century BCE. It seems that this letter comes from a Judean official or a Judean personality, probably living in Transjordan. And again, he opens with a formulaic many thanks to the gods. Now, this piece this data point can, of course, be interpreted as it could be interpreted away. So it's very easy to apologetically explain that this is just a formulaic expression. It doesn't mean anything. The same, by the way, has been said of the so-called Passover papyrus. It doesn't really mean the gods, or at least the writer didn't intend to show any kind of reverence for a multiplicity of gods. This was simply a formulaic way of opening a letter. And yeah, we can do that. We can do that also, by the way, with the coins, with the images of Athena that we find in the coins that we just discussed. We can do that. We can explain away all of these data points. But I think it's important, first of all, to collect them, to collect all the data points that we have. If we want to try to understand what Judean cult and culture was like in this early Hellenistic period, the first order of business is to collect all the data points that we have. If you then want to explain them away, you can do that. Nobody's going to stop you. But it's important to collect all the data points and then to see what is the picture that's emerging. Now, it's important to say very clearly here that we don't have that many data points. There's a limit to how much data we have from the early Hellenistic period. We do have papyri from Egypt. We do have coins, which I mentioned, from Judea. We have inscriptions here and there on ostraca and various inscriptions, but not that many. And that's why each of these data points is so important, because this is what we have. And what I argue is that the picture that emerges from these relatively few data points is a picture of continuity from the earlier Persian period. So it's, as far as we can tell, the kinds of data that have emerged from the Persian period, which indicates a non-exclusive Yahwism, which is not necessarily centered in Jerusalem, where we have temples elsewhere. We have a temple in Elephantine. We seem to have this kind of non-exclusive, non-centralized Yahwism moving into the early Hellenistic period. The early Hellenistic period does not form a break. The fact that Alexander the Great conquered the East didn't change things as far as Yahwism is concerned. And there seems to be continuity from the Persian period as we go into the early Hellenistic period.
Do we have different versions of the story of Moses in circulation? Do we have different authors talking about stories different versions of Moses that don't quite line up to the story we're given in the Torah? Like Diodorus.
Right. Okay, so Diodorus dates to the mid-1st century BC. And although the reason that I discuss him is because Hecataeus of Abdera is said to have spoken about Moses, said to have described something that seems kind of like Judaism. But this supposed quote from Hecataeus I don't think is a quote at all. What we find essentially, it's a bit complicated, but to try to make it simple, Photius was a 9th century CE Byzantine patriarch of Constantinople, cited in his book Bibliotheca from the 9th century, a now lost book of Diodorus Siculus from the mid-1st century BC. Okay, and in this citation, we find Diodorus describing the Judeans, and his description sounds like we have Judaism already. He mentions Moses. He mentions Moses establishing Jerusalem as its capital, as the capital of the colony of the Judeans, and his description sounds very much like we have Judaism. And then at the end of this whole description, so again, I'm reminding you here, this was written in the mid-1st century BCE, so this is after the Hasmoneans. But then at the end of his description of the Judeans, he writes that this is what Hecataeus had said about the Judeans. Now, scholars often think, oh well, we have here a citation, but this is not a citation. This is simply telling us that Diodorus read some earlier work, now lost, of Hecataeus, and amongst his sources, he is citing this earlier work of Hecataeus. By the way, in Photius's writing, it doesn't say Hecataeus of Abdera, it says Hecataeus of Miletus, which is even earlier than Hecataeus of Abdera. But scholars assume that this is just a mistake, and it must be referring to Hecataeus of Abdera, who dates to around 300 BCE. And they also assume that this was an actual quote, right? So the reason why I reject this so-called quote from Hecataeus of Abdera is that Diodorus doesn't no such thing. He doesn't actually quote Hecataeus. He simply tells us that he got his information, which means some of his information, from Hecataeus. So it's very plausible that Diodorus takes his sources from many places. It's not just Hecataeus, and what he describes about Judeans, what sounds like Judaism, is in fact Judaism, because he's writing after the Hasmonean period. So the reason that I get into all of this is to show that when scholars think that we have Judaism already in the early Hellenistic period because Hecataeus talks about it, I don't think that that's the case. I simply don't think that we can talk about a Hecataeus quotation which describes something like Judaism.
So, in other words, you wouldn't, as you were just saying, you wouldn't put much stock into saying, "Oh, Hecataeus actually mentioned Moses." You would say Hecataeus probably didn't mention a person called Moses.
I have no idea. I mean, we don't have, as far as I can tell, we don't have a quote from Hecataeus, so I have no idea if Hecataeus knew about a Moses figure. Diodorus knew about a Moses figure. I don't know if Hecataeus knew about a Moses figure.
So, in general, what does this data? What would you say the major implications of this data could potentially have on understanding the origins and the development of Judaism?
So again, if we're looking at the early Hellenistic period, what I see is a continuity. I see a continuation of Judean cult and culture. And again, we haven't gotten into all the details. Let me throw in something else about that we know about the cult of the Judeans at this time. So I mentioned that there was a temple in Elephantine in the 5th century BCE. We have some documents from Edfu, which is not far from Elephantine in Egypt, documents which were written by Judeans in Aramaic, which mention priests. And Sylvie Honigman has suggested that if we have priests in Edfu in the 3rd century BCE, the title priest is not just, like the name Kohen, or Cohen that people have today. It's not just a name that has no connection to what the person was actually doing. Priest is a profession. And if we find the name, or the title priest, kahana, in Aramaic, it's an indication that the person was actually occupied as a priest. This was their occupation, rather than simply a sign of a priestly lineage, like the name Cohen would be today. And if we have a functioning priest at this time, that would indicate that we also have a functioning temple. And again, it's not surprising that there would be a functioning temple in Edfu, a Judean temple to the Judean god, in Edfu, just as we had a functioning temple to the Judean god in Elephantine. The Elephantine temple was functioning in the 5th century BCE. These documents date to the 3rd century BCE. But if indeed she's right, by the way, Gad Barnea also wrote about this, that there was probably a Judean temple in Edfu. He thinks that the Edfu community is descended from the Elephantine community, which certainly could be. They're not so far from one another. But in any event, this would again indicate a continuity of a non-centralized Yahwism that we find in Egypt. The other thing that we can talk about, which you're showing here, is stone plaque from a Judean proseuche. So we have this new institution, we haven't encountered it before, from early Hellenistic Egypt. We find several of these plaques which speak about a Judean institution called a proseuche. Proseuche in Greek means prayer, and it seems here to be referring to a place of prayer. And what was this institution, this place of prayer? We don't really know. Presumably it was a place where Judeans got together to pray. Was this perhaps something like a temple? What was going on in these buildings? Were there sacrifices being offered? Was there incense being offered? Were there perhaps vegetal sacrifices or animal sacrifices? We actually don't know. But there's no indication that these places of prayer looked anything like what we find once Judaism does emerge, which is the synagogue. The synagogue is a place where Judeans got together not to pray, but to read the Torah. So once Judaism does emerge, we need to have an institution where Judeans can be educated in the Torah. Right? The Judaism is centered on the Torah. It's centered on strict observance of a large array of laws. And in order to be able to keep these laws, in order to be able to observe these laws, the Judeans need to know them. And in order to know them, they need to be educated in them. And in order to be educated in them, they needed an institution where this education could take place. And that institution was the synagogue. The synagogue was the place where a community could gather together once a week on the Sabbath, at a time when they weren't working, so they had the time to engage in communal education. And presumably most of the people were illiterate. So, but in a community you could find at least one person that does know how to read, and a community can also afford to gather the funds to be able to buy a Torah scroll. And on a communal level, you can have education where you would have one or two people that knew how to read would be able to read from the Torah, explain what was written there, interpret what was written there, and the whole community would be able to enjoy a public form of education in the synagogue. This is the synagogue, which only appears once Judaism appears, so from the Hasmonean period and onward. Most of what we know about the synagogue comes from the 1st century CE, but we seem to have archaeological evidence already from the Hasmonean period that this synagogue institution did exist. The prosoche is a different kind of institution. Prosoche is not, there's no evidence that the prosoche was an institution for education. There's no indication that Torah reading went on in the prosoche. This seems to be something more along the lines of a temple, where we have some kind of cultic worship going on rather than education. So again, this is another indication of continuity from the Persian period.
So what about the Hasmonean period? Was there still evidence in the archaeology? Is there still evidence in the archaeology in the Hasmonean period of major Hellenistic influence, or in the Hasmonean period are they already attempting to filter it away and start really the transition more towards the Torah?
Okay, so you brought in a new topic here, which is Hellenistic influence, Greek influence, and the way that you posed the question suggests you hid in the question the notion that Hellenistic influence is somehow counter to the Torah, and it's a very common way of seeing things. I don't see things that way. I don't see any contradiction between Greek culture and the Torah per se. Of course, there are elements of Greek culture which are anathema to the Torah. Polytheistic worship is of course forbidden by the Torah. But Greek culture per se, in and of itself, is not in any way. The Torah doesn't legislate anything about Greek culture. What we find, and this is one of the things that I look at in the book, when I look at the degree that Judeans had begun to adopt various elements of Greek culture in the early Hellenistic period. When we look at Judea, Judeans don't seem to be speaking Greek or writing in Greek. That's what we have evidence for. We don't have evidence that Judeans are writing in Greek in the early Hellenistic period. So up until 175 BCE, there are 0 inscriptions that we can clearly associate with Judeans from Judea in Greek. All of the inscriptions that we have are in Aramaic/Hebrew. That includes, by the way, the coins. The coins are in Hebrew. And we don't have that many inscriptions, but the ones that we do have are in Aramaic. So that's interesting. Also, when we look at names in Judea, we don't yet have any names of Judeans that are Greek names in the early Hellenistic period. When we look at Egypt, it's a bit of a more complicated picture. In Egypt, there's a continuation of use of Aramaic, as we had in the Persian period, but we do begin to find use of Greek in documents from Egypt, from Judean communities in Egypt. And we also begin to find Greek names amongst Judeans in Egypt. So as far as we can tell, there does seem to be a slow adoption of certain aspects of Greek culture in Egypt in the early Hellenistic period, but not in Judea. So that's interesting. When does Greek culture? Oh, and by the way, if we're also looking at material culture in Judea, the adoption of Greek pottery and of Greek architectural elements also doesn't begin in the early Hellenistic period. It's only later that these things begin to be adopted by Judeans. When does Greek culture really come into play in Judea? Only under the Hasmoneans. Right? Under the Hasmoneans, we begin to see Greek being used by Judeans. Judeans, of course, are continuing to use Aramaic and Hebrew into the Hasmonean period, but we also begin to find Greek being used, and Greek names begin to be used. Our earliest evidence for this is only from the Hasmonean period and onwards. So the picture that we're seeing here is actually the opposite of what you suggested in your question. Under the Hasmoneans, Greek culture begins to flourish amongst Judeans. And that, by the way, continues onwards from the Hasmonean period and onwards into the early Roman period, into the late Roman period. Greek elements of Greek culture become more and more infused amongst the Judeans. What's happening here? How do I understand this? In other words, I'm understanding that Greek culture comes together with Judaism, and that these are not opposing forces.
This game, you're not ready for it.
You're in the middle of this beautiful sci-fi environment.
The way that I understand this is that the Hasmoneans, for the first time since the fall of Jerusalem in 586 BCE, for the first time the Judeans are ruled by an independent Judean polity. This is a polity which begins as a republic, let's call it, and then it becomes a kingdom, becomes increasingly more powerful. And this kingdom begins to expand, and to already under John Hyrcanus I, the Judeans conquer the Idumeans to the south. Afterwards, they conquer the Eturians to the north, the Samaritans, and this small polity of Judea begins to expand throughout the southern Levant. And the Judeans become actually small power, but an actual power in the region. And it's at this time that what had once been a backwater, this small province of the Ptolemaic and then the Seleucid kingdoms, suddenly becomes an independent state, which is a player in the Hellenistic world. And once the Judeans become, like I said, players in the Hellenistic world on the stage of the Hellenistic dynasties, they could no longer be this provincial people that didn't speak Greek and weren't calling their children by Greek names. They needed to become part of the larger world. And the way that they did that was by adopting Greek cultural elements, not in opposition to Judaism, but essentially to strengthen their political power, their political face towards the world, right? So if the fact that the Judeans were now part of the greater Hellenistic world, as Judeans that are keeping the laws of the Torah, so there's no conflict there. Speaking Greek there's nothing in the Torah that says you can't speak Greek. There's nothing in the Torah that says you can't give your children Greek names. So this is what really brought the Judeans out of their shell. Let's put it that way. And I see these things coming together. I really don't see them as a conflict.
And that is why I did ask that question, because I know you don't think that they were in conflict, but that's why I posed the question the way I did anyway. Wayne's World Super Chat. How many temples were functional in 400 BCE?
Yeah, so I can't answer that question. I don't know. We have the temple at Elephantine, which was destroyed about 10 years before that. There's a question of whether it was rebuilt or not, but circa 400 BCE, the Judeans, at least in Elephantine, seem to have had no problem with having a temple aside from the one in Jerusalem. If we want to speak about Yahwists who are not Judeans, we know of a temple on Mount Gerizim. So this was a temple that was built by people living in Samaria. So these are not Judeans, but they are Yahwists. And one of the things that we should consider is that it's possible that Judeans might have visited the temple at Gerizim, and that was not necessarily a problem for them. So there were, circa 400 BCE, there was more than one Yahwistic temple. And presumably there were others that we just don't know about.
Can you tell us a little bit about what the words of Ahikar is all about and its connection to the Book of Tobit?
Yeah, I don't want to get into that so much because the reason why I speak about it in the book, the question that I ask in the book is what was the literature of the Judeans during the early Hellenistic period? And the reason I mention Ahikar is to say that there were clearly other books that were non-biblical, that had nothing, that we don't find in the Hebrew Bible, which were circulating amongst Judeans. We find this at Elephantine in the 5th century BCE. We then later find the Ahikar story presented in the Book of Tobit, which scholars usually think was written quite a bit later. So these two data points are an indication that Judeans were reading, or at least they knew about stories that were non-biblical. And the question is, again, it's hard to know how widespread this story was, but the fact that we find it out at Elephantine, and the fact that we find it quoted or cited in Tobit suggests that there were these other stories floating around. I think it's important. It's illustrative of what kinds of stories might have been circulating amongst Judeans. And again, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because people, often when they think of Judeans, even as early as the Iron Age, think that the stories that they were telling were the biblical stories. And we should certainly not assume that, right? There's no reason to assume that in early periods before we have Judaism, that the biblical stories were necessarily known and being told. And we also certainly shouldn't assume that there weren't other stories that were known and being told. Ahikar happens to be one that we know about, but there were very probably, it's easy to imagine that there were other stories that were being told and that were important to Judeans, which we have simply lost. It's important to remember, most of what was going on in antiquity has been lost to us. We simply don't know most of what was going on. We don't know most of the stories that were being told. We don't know most of the rituals that were being practiced, most of the beliefs that people had. The data points, I keep talking about data points because we should be thinking of a panorama of reality from the ancient past, which has simply been lost to us. All that we have left are these little pinpricks of light, these data points that have survived. And when we do have these data points, they're very important, and they can help us imagine what has been lost to us. So the Ahikar story is one of these data points, one of these pinpricks of light, which helps us to imagine all the other stories that were being circulated, the literature that was circulated that we have simply lost.
Yurik, thank you for your super chat. Recently, Rabbi Tovia Singer has stated that secular academia has made up the idea that monotheism is a later development in Israel. Thoughts?
So I can't speak specifically to Rabbi Tovia Singer's statement because I didn't hear it. But as for secular academia making up the idea that monotheism is a later development, the question is, what do we mean when we say monotheism developing, right? Monotheism emerging. Are we referring to an idea? And I don't want to get into the technical question of what do we mean by monotheism. Is that I don't want to get too bogged down by the term monotheism. I think we understand what we're talking about. We're talking about a belief in that either there's only a single God that should be worshipped, or there's only a single God that exists. Whatever it is that we mean when we use that term. It's important to distinguish between an idea developing and emerging and an idea becoming widespread amongst the people. Usually when scholars talk about an idea emerging, they're talking about the idea emerging in the head of at least one person. And that we can answer by looking at texts. We can look at biblical texts and we can try to date them, and on the basis of the dates that we decide, we can try to figure out where do we begin to see the notion of monotheism. That's a very separate question from the work that I did. I look at not when an idea first emerges. I look at when an idea becomes widespread, when it becomes popular. And in both of my books, both the first one and the one that will be coming out shortly, the conclusion is that there does not seem to be this exclusivist Yahwism emerging before the Hasmonean period. That is quite late. And, we have positive evidence that Judeans were worshiping, revering, acknowledging gods aside from a single Judean god. So that's as far as that. There is ample evidence. There is some evidence that there was polytheism. There was a reverence for several gods amongst Judeans, certainly in the Persian period, and as I show in the present book, into the early Hellenistic period.
So when you look at the data in general, would you say that, while not being specific about, okay, any of this piece of stuff over here is evidence of the Torah dating earlier or later, instead of getting into the game of trying to date the Torah, dating it aside, would you say that in general that the evidence doesn't help the case that the Torah could be dated earlier, without taking a specific side as to when it actually dates?
Okay, I like how you worded that question. Yes, my work does not help an early dating. I would say it also doesn't cancel out the possibility of an early dating. What my work shows is that as far as actual practice, widespread knowledge of and practice of the Torah, there's no evidence until quite late, until the Hasmonean period. What does that say about the date of when the Torah was written down, edited, and so on and so forth? It really doesn't say a lot. It would allow for a late dating, right? Because if the conclusion was different, right? If there was widespread knowledge of and practice of the Torah already, just throwing out already in the year 600 BCE, then clearly the Torah was written and perhaps edited already at this time. We don't have that evidence. To the contrary, it only emerges in the Hasmonean period, which would then allow for a later dating of the Torah. But as you alluded to, I don't do that. And the reason I don't do that is because I simply haven't seen any good evidence for any kind of dating of the Torah. I haven't seen any good evidence either for an early dating or, quite frankly, for a late dating. None of what I've read to date from the oodles and oodles of scholarship that has come out from the 19th century until today, which has argued for various dates of the various Pentateuchal sources. I haven't found any of these particularly convincing. So, I don't have anything to contribute here, and I, quite frankly, don't find any of this very convincing and therefore very interesting. The question is an interesting one. I would love to know the answer to it, but I just haven't seen any data which is helpful for answering the question. There's a problem, I would just add, there's a problem in scholarship when scholars have a good question and they really want to know the answer. That's fine, right? There's nothing wrong with having a good question. That's good. And the desire to want an answer is also good. But that shouldn't lead us to coming up with all kinds of hypotheses and arguing for the various hypotheses when we don't have data that can answer these questions. So we need to recognize that a good question and a strong desire to want to answer that question shouldn't lead us to coming up with all kinds of garbage.
Vesper, thank you for your super chat. Which Hasmonean era finds support large-scale Torah purity, and what do they reveal about Essene and Mendaean practices?
Okay, so we have lots of finds from the Hasmonean period which suggest large-scale Torah. I'm not sure if you wanted to use the term purity or observance, but I can answer both. So we have, for example, coins from the Hasmonean period, which clearly lack figural art. Right? So the Hasmonean rulers are not including images of themselves or of animals or any humans on their coins, which is in deference to the second commandment. And in fact, it's not only on the coins, it's on art in general. This begins in the Hasmonean period and continues onward into the early Roman period. We have the emergence of ritual immersion pools getting up to purity. We have the emergence of stone vessels. So Judeans begin to make tableware and storage vessels out of chalk. And the reason they do this is because stone is not mentioned in the Torah amongst the list of various kinds of raw materials that of vessels that can become impure. So, for example, pottery that becomes impure, according to Leviticus 11, has to be broken. A stove, an oven that becomes impure has to be smashed. And then we have other materials, leather, wood, which has to be brought into water. Stone isn't mentioned, and because stone isn't mentioned, Judeans begin to produce vessels made out of stone. It's only Judeans that are doing this, nobody else. And this begins to emerge in the Hasmonean period. Like I said, immersion pools only appear amongst Judeans at Judean sites, and we find, we know over 1,000 of these immersion pools from the Hasmonean period and onward. All of this begins in the Hasmonean period, and we have other finds as well. Depictions of the menorah, the seven-branched candelabrum that we find in the book of Exodus that is supposed to be put into the tabernacle and later the temple. All of these finds begin to emerge in the Hasmonean period.
So now I want to ask you about the problem of using text, even when in the face of the lack of hard data to back it up. And when they look at the Torah and they come up with the documentary hypothesis, they'll come up with a zillion hypothetical documents. and they're building what they're doing is they're building assumptions on top of assumptions about different centuries using hypothetical documents that we don't know exist. And on top of that, not having archaeological evidence to support the preconceived notions about what they think was the origins of Judaism. So my question to you is, what is the problem with that methodology?
Okay, so I don't want to get too far into the woods on critiquing higher criticism of biblical texts. I would say that there are good arguments to be made in this field. I'm not knocking the field of biblical scholarship. There are certainly good arguments to be made for relative dating of texts. So first, before we get to the dating, recognizing that one text is not written at the same time and by the same person as another text. I think that good arguments have been made for such conclusions. In other words, I'll say that I have found many arguments put forward by biblical scholars of this sort to be compelling. So in other words, I can say that this text was not written by the same person at the same time as this text, and I can even say that this text was probably written first, and this text knew about this text. Okay, that these kinds of arguments I think are often compelling. The problem that I see, or the biggest problem that I see, is in terms of the attempt to absolutely date any of these texts. So to say, text A was written in the 8th century and text B was written in the 7th century, well, if you're going to say that, then you have to back that up with some kind of data, and that has to be compelling. And I have yet to see arguments of this sort to be compelling. So if that makes any sense, it's the relative relationship between two texts can often be strongly argued. But to say that either of these texts is dates to a specific period of time, I simply haven't found any of these arguments to be convincing. Of course, if we have a text that mentions Artaxerxes, that text was written at the time of Artaxerxes or later. There's a text that mentions Cyrus, that text was written at the time of Cyrus or later. But in order to say how much later, you're going to need to bring data to support your argument. And a text that lacks any reference to any historical event, and therefore I can't say that it must have occurred after that event, you're going to have to bring some kind of data to support your
Take what you do best and create a website that's worthy of it.
We don't know most of
reserves low. Water reserves empty.
of the rituals that were being practiced, most of the beliefs that people had, the data points. I keep talking about data points because we should be thinking of a panorama of reality from the ancient past, which has simply been lost to us. All that we have left are these little pinpricks of light, these data points that have survived. And when we do have these data points, they're very important, and they can help us imagine what what has been lost to us. So the entire story is one of these data points, one of these pinpricks of light, which helps us to imagine all the other stories that were being circulated, the literature that was circulated that we have simply lost.
Rick, thank you for your super chat. Recently, Rabbi Tovia Singer has stated that secular academia has made up the idea that monotheism is a later development in Israel. Thoughts?
So I can't speak specifically to Rabbi Tovia Singer's statement because I didn't hear it. But as for secular academia making up the idea that monotheism is a later development, the question is, what do we mean when we say monotheism developing, right? Monotheism emerging. Are we referring to an idea? And I don't want to get into the technical question of what do we mean by monotheism. Is that I don't want to get too bogged down by the term monotheism. I think we understand what we're talking about. We're talking about a belief in that either there's only a single God that should be worshipped, or there's only a single God that exists. Whatever it is that we mean when we use that term. It's important to distinguish between an idea developing and emerging and an idea becoming widespread amongst the people. Usually when scholars talk about an idea emerging, they're talking about the idea emerging in the head of at least one person. And that we can answer by looking at texts. We can look at biblical texts and we can try to date them, and on the basis of the dates that we decide, we can try to figure out where do we begin to see the notion of monotheism. That's a very separate question from the work that I did. I look at not when an idea first emerges. I look at when an idea becomes widespread, when it becomes popular. And in both of my books, both the first one and the one that will be coming out shortly, the conclusion is that there does not seem to be this exclusivist Yahwism emerging before the Hasmonean period. So that is quite late. And, we have positive evidence that Judeans were worshiping, revering, acknowledging gods aside from a single Judean god. So that's as far as that. There is ample evidence. There is some evidence that there was polytheism. There was a reverence for several gods amongst Judeans, certainly in the first period, and as I show in the present book, into the early Hellenistic period.
So when you look at the data in general, would you say that, while not being specific about, okay, this piece of stuff over here is evidence of the Torah dating earlier or later, instead of getting into the game of trying to date the Torah, setting dating it aside, would you say that in general that the evidence doesn't help the case that the Torah could be dated earlier, without taking a specific side as to when it actually dates?
Okay, I like how you worded that question. Yes, my work does not help an early dating. I would say it also doesn't cancel out the possibility of an early dating. What my work shows is that that as far as actual practice, widespread knowledge of and practice of the Torah, there's no evidence until quite late, until the Hasmonean period. What does that say about the date of when the Torah was written down, edited, and so on and so forth? It really doesn't say a lot. It would allow for a late dating, right? Because if the conclusion was different, right? If there was widespread knowledge of and practice of the Torah already, just throwing out already in the year 600 BCE, then clearly the Torah was written and perhaps edited already at this time. We don't have that evidence. To the contrary, it only emerges in the Hasmonean period, which would then allow for a later dating of the Torah. But as you alluded to, I don't do that, and the reason I don't do that is because I simply haven't seen any good evidence for any kind of dating of the Torah. I haven't seen any good evidence either for an early dating or, quite frankly, for a late dating. None of what I've read to date from the oodles and oodles of scholarship that has come out from the 19th century until today, which has argued for various dates of the various Pentateuchal sources. I haven't found any of these particularly convincing. So, I don't have anything to contribute here, and I, quite frankly, don't find any of this very convincing, and therefore very interesting. The question is an interesting one. I would love to know the answer to it, but I just haven't seen any data which is helpful for answering the question. There's a problem, I would just add, there's a problem in scholarship when scholars have a good question and they really want to know the answer. That's fine, right? There's nothing wrong with having a good question. That's good. And the desire to want an answer is also good. But that shouldn't lead us to coming up with all kinds of hypotheses and arguing for the various hypotheses when we don't have data that can answer these questions. So we need to recognize that a good question and a strong desire to want to answer that question shouldn't lead us to coming up with all kinds of garbage.
Vesper, thank you for your super chat. Which Hasmonean era finds support large-scale Torah purity, and what do they reveal about Essene and Mendayan practices?
Okay, so we have lots of finds from the Hasmonean period which suggest large-scale Torah. I'm not sure if you wanted to use the term purity or observance, but I can answer both. So we have, for example, coins from the Hasmonean period, which clearly lack figural art. So that the Hasmonean rulers are not including images of themselves or of animals or any humans on their coins, which is in deference to the second commandment. And in fact, it's not only on the coins, it's on art in general. This begins in the Hasmonean period and continues onward into the early Roman period. We have the emergence of ritual immersion pools getting to purity. We have the emergence of stone vessels. So Judeans begin to make tableware and storage vessels out of chalk. And the reason they do this is because stone is not mentioned in the Torah amongst the list of various kinds of raw materials that of vessels that can become impure. So, for example, pottery that becomes impure, according to Leviticus 11, has to be broken. A stove and an oven that becomes impure has to be smashed. And then we have other materials, leather, wood, which has to be brought into water. stone isn't mentioned. And because stone isn't mentioned, Judeans begin to produce vessels made out of stone. It's only Judeans that are doing this, nobody else. And this begins to emerge in the Hasmonean period. Like I said, immersion pools only appear amongst Judeans at Judean sites. And we find, we know over 1,000 of these immersion pools from the Hasmonean period and onward. All of this begins in the Hasmonean period. And we have other finds as well. Depictions of the menorah, seven-branched candelabrum that we find in the book of Exodus that is supposed to be put into the tabernacle and later the temple. All of these finds begin to emerge in the Hasmonean period.
So now I want to ask you about the problem of using text, even when in the face of the lack of hard data to back it up. And when they look at the Torah and they come up with the documentary hypothesis, they'll come up with a zillion hypothetical documents. And what they're doing is they're building assumptions on top of assumptions about different centuries using hypothetical documents that we don't know exist. And on top of that, not having archaeological evidence to support the preconceived notions about what they think was the origins of Judaism. So my question to you is, what is the problem with that methodology?
Okay, so I don't want to get too far into the woods on critiquing higher criticism of biblical texts. I would say that there are good arguments to be made in this field. I'm not knocking the field of biblical scholarship. There are certainly good arguments to be made for relative dating of texts. So first, before we get to the dating, recognizing that one text is not written at the same time and by the same person as another text. I think that good arguments have been made for such conclusions. In other words, I'll say that I have found many arguments put forward by biblical scholars of this sort to be compelling. So in other words, I can say that this text was not written by the same person at the same time as this text, and I can even say that this text was probably written first, and this text knew about this text. Okay, that these kinds of arguments I think are often compelling. The problem that I see, or the biggest problem that I see, is in terms of the attempt to absolutely date any of these texts. So to say, text A was written in the 8th century and text B was written in the 7th century, well, if you're going to say that, then you have to back that up with some kind of data, and that has to be compelling. And I have yet to see arguments of this sort to be compelling. So if that makes any sense, it's the relative relationship between two texts can often be strongly argued. But to say that either of these texts is dates to a specific period of time, I simply haven't found any of these arguments to be convincing. Of course, if we have a text that mentions Artaxerxes, that text was written at the time of Artaxerxes or later. There's a text that mentions Cyrus, that text was written at the time of Cyrus or later. But in order to say how much later, you're going to need to bring data to support your argument. And a text that lacks any reference to any historical event, and therefore I can't say that it must have occurred after that event, you're going to have to bring some kind of data to support your dating. You can't just say, throw out a year, 8th century, 7th century, 6th century, and expect us to accept that. I also don't accept arguments for, a text sounding archaic, and therefore it must date to and then you throw out a century. We can't work that way. We can't just throw out years and expect scholars to accept them because I don't know what. So those kinds of arguments I don't find compelling at all.
By which point do we absolutely know that, okay, but by this certain period, Yahweh's being worshipped as practically the only God or something close to that effect, and they've gotten rid of polytheism. By which point do we know that's actually happened?
Okay, so there are going to be scholars that are going to disagree with what I'm going to say here because they're going to say that that's never happened. That until today, there's no such thing as monotheism, and within Judaism, they'll say you have angels and you have when we get to the Zohar and Kabbalah, we have all kinds of the Sfirot and all kinds of celestial beings together with Yahweh. Putting all of that aside, in terms of the kinds of things that we find in earlier periods, where we find what you mentioned, Yahweh and Vasherato, where we find Anat Yahu and Cherem Bethel and so on and so forth, other gods, other deities alongside Yahweh. That we don't find in the Hasmonean period and onward. We don't find multiple deities that are being worshipped by the Judeans. And I'm sure scholars will be able to come up with, random mentions of beings that they would, I guess, possibly think of as something, within the realm of the Judean God, but actual polytheism, actual worship of or reverence for real deities, real gods, alongside Yahweh, I would say from the Hasmonean period, we don't see that. By the way, the reason that we don't see it from the Hasmonean period is because it says in the Torah that you're not supposed to do that. So that's something which it says very clearly in the Torah that you're not supposed to worship gods alongside Yahweh. So from the period that the Torah becomes widespread, the Torah becomes the law of the land, that's when this disappears. I think that's the reason. That makes sense.
So when you look at just to circle back to Ezra, so when you look at stories of Ezra bringing out some kind of law code at the request of the order of Artaxerxes, do you see these stories as potentially attempting to backdate the Torah, creating a trail to lead back to Moses through Ezra, Hilkiah, and others, like in the letter of Aristeas? Do you think these are different attempts to create a trail leading back to Moses in the Mosaic attribution?
Perhaps something along those lines. I think that there were people who had this notion of a Mosaic Torah going back, some time, and they told stories about Judeans, first learning about the Torah, the Torah suddenly coming upon the stage. Judeans not knowing about this thing, and then wow, okay, we just discovered this. Okay, we really should keep it. So we have that with Josiah, the story of Josiah. We have it with the story of Ezra. And it's interesting that it's a similar kind of story, right? It's a similar story where the Danes completely knew nothing about the Torah, and then somebody discovered this Torah, reads it before the people. We need to keep it. Again, the fact that the story is told doesn't mean that it happened, but the people that are writing this story wanted their readers to read this story. So this was an important story for them to tell. Why did they want to tell this story? I think because they wanted to convince their readers that the Torah is something that they should be keeping. And despite the fact that it's not well known, or it hadn't been well known, you need to recognize its authority, and you need to be keeping this Torah. I don't know when these stories were written. I don't know when the Josiah story was written. I don't know when the Ezra story was written. But regardless, its authors wanted the Judeans to be keeping the laws of the Torah. That doesn't mean that they were keeping the laws of the Torah, but they wanted them to. So I think I think the answer to your question is yes. This is what they wanted. This is what they were trying to do. They were trying to call for widespread observance of the Torah. That's what they were up to.
So now I want to bring up the Greek style architecture in this photo that you have here. And you mentioned that you have Eastern style lion sculpture early to mid 2nd century BCE. And does this style architecture continue into the 1st century BCE as well?
So I won't speak about the mixed style, but in terms of Greek style architecture, absolutely. So this is one of the earliest evidence we have for the use of Greek style architecture. And when I speak of Greek style architecture, I'm thinking of the famous Greek orders, the Doric, the Ionian, and the Corinthian, which we have in the Greek world centuries before this. But amongst Judeans, it only appears from the 2nd century BCE and onwards. And to your question, does it continue onward? The answer is yes. The temple in Jerusalem that Josephus describes, and the rabbis, by the way, is a Greco-Roman temple, right? It's Josephus describes the royal stoa as being of the Corinthian order. And the stoa itself is a Roman structure. So this Greco-Roman architecture continues amongst Judeans in the Jerusalem temple itself. And again, the point here is that Greek culture, Greek architecture that we're talking about, is not in any way is not in conflict in any way with Judaism. You can build the Judean temple as a Greco-Roman temple. That's not a problem. It's no contradiction to the Torah as long as the God that's being worshipped there is the Judean God who's being worshipped according to the laws of the Torah, according to the laws that we find in Leviticus. So as long as we're following the laws of the Torah, the architecture, the language, the names, all of these things are in no way a problem. I would go further. We find Judaism adopting all kinds of Greco-Roman cultural artifacts, like, for example, the symposium, which is used as the model for what becomes the Passover meal. Right? So the Passover meal, the way the rabbis describe it, is essentially a Greco-Roman symposium. So, and we find this with a lot of aspects. The synagogue itself that I described, this educational institution, I think to a certain degree is modeled on the gymnasium, right? We don't have an educational institution of any sort amongst the Judeans prior to this time. The Judeans took this notion of public education and adopted it for their own use for the promulgation of the Torah as the synagogue. This is essentially, I think a good argument could be made, this is essentially a Greek institution. But again, there's no reason to think that would have been a problem.
We have a super chat question from Esmil. Thank you for your super chat. Is there any link between the writing of the Torah around the Hasmonean period and the finding of the book of the law, 2 Kings 22?
So, to be clear, I am not arguing that the Torah was written around the Hasmonean period. I'm arguing that the Torah was adopted as the law of the land it seems to be under the Hasmoneans, and the stories that we find in Kings and in Chronicles as well about the discovery of the law. Again, I'm not arguing that this was written in the Hasmonean period either. These were stories that I think under the Hasmoneans probably became well known, and probably served the Hasmoneans' purposes by, again, having this notion of, okay, the Torah could be something which wasn't well known. It existed, it wasn't well known, and now it becomes well known under the aegis of a king. So there's something similar here. I think this certainly served the purposes of the Hasmoneans, if indeed my hypothesis is correct, that it was the Hasmoneans that adopted the Torah. This story would have served their purposes quite well, and also the story of Ezra, which again, as I said, is a similar story.
And for my final question, what are the problems with over-reliant on the text that could potentially lead to over-reading without really considering the archaeological data and how that can conflict with text?
So what I think is great about archaeology is that that when archaeological data is randomly sampled, when we find at sites throughout the country, when we excavate a site, we don't excavate the entire site, right? We excavate a small portion of the site. We can excavate an area here, an area there. We're essentially randomly sampling from a site, and we don't find everything that was there. We find what happens to have survived and what we happen to have excavated. Right? If I excavate, 2 meters down and not 3 meters down, I'm only going to find, what I've excavated, and I'm only going to find the things that are made of usually non-organic material that will survive. So it's very random what happens to survive. That randomness, I think, is good for giving us a window onto ordinary life. This is not something that was left over on purpose for me, the archaeologist, to find. That is good if we want to get a window onto what ordinary people are doing. That's archaeology. Texts were written for the express purpose of passing on information, of communicating information to the readers. And texts, by definition, are written by literate people. And literate people and we're not talking about only literate people, we're talking about literate people that were capable of writing texts of a high caliber. By definition, these people are a minority of the population. These are not your ordinary farmers. These are not your ordinary, ordinary housewife that we would find in a marketplace in antiquity. So the archaeology gives us a window onto 99.999% of the population. Texts give us a window onto a very, very small portion of the population, and a very specific layer of that very small portion of the population. Now, the good thing about texts is that, as an historian, there's a lot of data there, right? There's words, there's thoughts, there's so much in it. But the problem is when we take those texts and say to ourselves, well, this is what we have, so we'll just use this as a window onto what everyone was doing. Now, I want to be clear. It's not that the texts cannot be used for understanding what ordinary people were doing. They can. Any text that we have from a certain point in the past, the author was living in that period, right? The author was living in the period within which he lived and wrote, obviously. So tautology. But he was a part of that society. So, he was wearing the clothing that other people was wearing. He was, using the modes of transportation that other people were using. He was speaking the language that other people were using. He was a part of that society. Usually, these ancient texts don't describe the ordinary people, but at least in between the lines, we can try to derive data. But in terms of of who wrote these texts, like I said, they're written by the creme de la creme of any society, and therefore they were written for a purpose. So these are all texts that have some kind of ideological / religious / political purpose for which they were written. A good historian knows how to look for that and to try to, like I said, read between the lines to try to get beyond that. But we always have to remember that that's what the texts are. And I've never argued that we should only use one or the other. We should only use archaeology or texts. To the contrary, texts give us one window onto ancient reality. Archaeology gives us another window, and what we're best advised to use all of the windows that we have. We're never going to have a panoramic view of the past. We're always only going to have these small apertures onto what was, and we're best advised to take all of these apertures, take all of these windows onto the past, and look through them and try to get as whole of a picture as we can get. We'll never have a whole picture, but as best we can, we should look at all of the data that we have, understand what that data is, and use that to try to piece together a picture.
So before we close, can you tell the audience when is your book coming out, and where can they go to purchase it?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer. I am hoping it will be within the next week or two. And when it does come out, it will, as far as I understand it, it's going to be coming out, by the way, with Cambridge University Press. As far as I understand, it will be coming out online at first. And from what I understand, it will be freely available for the first 2 weeks. So I will be posting about it on my X account, on my Facebook account. You can go to my academia.edu account, and if you're able to post it in the description of the video as well, when it does come out, I will be putting a link onto that on all of these sites. So follow me on all the sites, so you'll get updates about the book and about my work in general.
In the meantime, if y'all want to, you can get a copy of The Origins of Judaism. The link to it will be in the description below in the pinned comment. And when Yonatan's latest book becomes available, the link will be added in the description below and in the pinned comment as well. That being said, Yonatan, thank you very much for joining me today.
Thank you for having me, Jacob. It was a pleasure, as always.
Hello viewers, thanks for watching the video from the History Valley YouTube channel. Please don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell. And if any of you wish to further support this channel, please consider checking out this channel's Patreon page and becoming a patron. And or donate through PayPal or through Super Chat during your live streams. Thank you.
And me coming from a Filipino background, my family, they were Roman Catholic in the Philippines, and in the Philippines, it's very syncretized with paganism. There's a procession called the Black Nazarene, where a massive statue of Mary and Jesus will be paraded around the Philippines, and thousands of Filipinos would like stampede, trample each other. Some people even die to just like touch the statue of Mary and Jesus. It's like, is this honoring to the Theotokos? Is this honoring to Christ?
We are honoring the work that God did through them.
I've never thought of this. I don't see why not.
When you mention Mary is considered sinless, you put her in the same pedestal as Christ, who is considered sinless.
I don't agree with that at all. She's preemptively saved before her birth.
I mean, Martin Luther, our forefather, they ought to believe in what he believed.
We don't emphasize baptism enough in the Protestant side. And also, I think Protestants are a bit rebellious against our early church fathers.
The idea of the early church fathers is also important to keep in mind because they understood it in the sense that Catholics still believe it today. It was passed down through those successors of the apostles.
We need that consistency, which the Catholic Church has.
Catholics can't even agree today as to what is a binding magisterial statement from the papacy.
I think in a certain sense we're both right.
The past few years, there's been a huge resurgence for Christianity among Gen Z. One of the biggest debates is Catholics versus Protestants. So what does Gen Z actually believe? In this video, I've assembled 5 Catholics and 5 Protestants, all Gen Z.
Hi, my name is Francesca. I'm 23. I'm Catholic, and I am an online women's Catholic fitness coach.
Hi, I'm Marin. I'm 24. I'm specifically Eastern Catholic, so I'm Syro Malabar. I help with high school and college ministry, and I lead a young adult Bible study.
Ciao, I'm Filippo. I'm 25. I'm Ambrosian Catholic, and I'm the Director of Evangelization for the non-profit Young Catholic Professional.
I'm Justin. I'm 28. I'm a Roman Catholic of the Diocese of San Jose. I'm involved in music ministry, and I'm the former president of Young Catholic Professional Silicon Valley.
And my name is Gabriel. I'm 23, Catholic. I work full-time in college campus ministry. Previously, I've worked full-time in the pro-life movement.
Hi, I'm Sam Lee. I'm 25. I go to Radiance Christian Church. I lead worship, and I serve the college ministry.
Hi, my name is Cole. I'm 21. I currently worship and I intern at Creekside Christian Church, which is a non-denominational church.
Hi, my name is Adser. I just turned 28, and I help lead a youth group ministry as a youth group minister at a Calvary Chapel.
Hello, my name is Joshua. I attend First Presbyterian in Ripon, California, and I serve in their high school ministry.
Hi, my name is Salome, and I go to PGIC. It's a Pentecostal church, and I serve in the children's department.
First statement, Mary is the mother of God. Whoever feels compelled, if you have some thinking here, some peer pressure.
Pretty basic syllogism where Jesus is God, Mary is the mother of Jesus, therefore Mary is the mother of God. So I feel like this is something that Catholics and Protestants can find some form of common ground on. So it was good to see it come down.
So I think as Catholics we are required to believe that Mary is the mother of God based on the Council of Ephesus, which formally defined Mary as the Theotokos, or the God-bearer, the mother of God. And if you think about it, it makes a lot of sense because kind of around that time period, there was a lot of debate about Jesus' true nature. Was he human? Was he divine? Was he both? And if you think about it, the church defined that Jesus was consubstantial with the Father at the Council of Nicaea. He's true God and he's true man, which was defined in the councils around that period. So if he really is God, and the scriptures are very clear that he's born of the Virgin Mary, then that means that Mary is the mother of God.
I think the reason why Protestants are a little more uncomfortable, or we don't really talk about this much, although like, yes, if you just go word for word, she is the mother of God because Jesus is fully God, fully man. But I think it's just a debate of like connotation versus denotation, right? Like denotation wise, yes, literally she's a mother of God. But connotation wise, like it feels heavy because it feels like we were saying Mary is God. If you say she's the mother of God, and I don't think Catholics actually believe that, but she's God. Like, of course not, right? Like, so I think that's why there might be a little discomfort among the Protestant circles to really like talk about it. But like, yeah, if anyone asked us, we were like, yeah, literally, yes.
Completely agree with that. I think there's like a evangelical kind of like scared factor of like Mary, the mother of God, like, and they think it's actually more about Mary. It's actually a Christological claim, like you guys have been saying. It's actually not necessarily, it is about Mary, but it is about Christ and his two natures, right? I think we shouldn't fret about that kind of wording. I think it should be heavy, right? It shouldn't be just some lofty claim we throw around or like whatever, it should be something that's very heavy, very holy, very sacred. I mean, Martin Luther, like our forefather, right? He said that God nursed at Mary's bosom. He said that to be kind of, charged, but that's like our Protestant forefather. So we ought to believe in what he believed, but also what the tradition has been telling us for thousands of years, right?
As Catholics, we believe that good Mariology results in good Christology. So, again, if you believe that the divine nature and the human nature combined within the person of Jesus Christ, and the two natures are united, then if Jesus Christ was born of the Virgin Mary, which he was, then you necessarily have to believe that Mary is the mother of Christ, which is God and man, united in nature, one person.
Yeah, and these are all very great points. And historically, Protestants, we have adhered to the belief in the Theotokos because we repudiate Nestorianism to split Christ's natures into two separate persons, right? That was condemned at Ephesus, as our brother said here. But where I would Sam pointed out this key thing, like using the word Theotokos, and why Protestants are generally, from the evangelicals, are more averse to not saying it explicitly, is because from our perspective, even though Mary is a Theotokos, she seems to be elevated to such a high status beyond what the meaning was at Ephesus, that she is the mother of God, of the Logos incarnate. But during the Reformation, John Calvin pointed us out with his debate with Cardinal Cidoletto, like there are these prayers that were people in medieval churches were asking for Mary to stave off Christ's wrath so they will not be judged, and they were praying that, oh Mary, pray that the Son will not judge us harshly, condemn us to hellfire. And it's like, wait a minute, shouldn't we be praying to Christ directly? Is not Christ the true mediator? Like for the Reformation, right? Solus Christus, like Christ is the sole mediator between God and man. And for us, the term Theotokos, like it's good, but sometimes it's been used in the non-Protestant traditions to elevate Mary to such a high status where she was never meant to be elevated.
Again, like you mentioned, she has that humbleness because of her son, right? And we, I guess, have that hyperdulia for her, which is a great respect, is because of our respect and love for her son, right? Like if it weren't for her son, we wouldn't have that great respect, and we wouldn't love her so much if it wasn't for her son. And she always leads us to her son. The only reason we have that respect and love her so much, again, is because of her son. She always takes us to him and always leads us closer to him. So I think it's wonderful, and it's great that she does have that humbleness, again, because of her son. We love and respect her through her son.
I think that on the Protestant side, there can be a time where there is a lack of respect for Mary, because the scriptures do say in Luke that she's blessed as well, and she is the mother of God. We can all come to a common ground that she is the mother of God. But I also believe on the other side that there can be an over-exaltation of who Mary is and what her role is in the faith. So there's common ground in her being the mother of God, but to what that entails, I think that's when our differences will come about.
And put the mics on the chair. Max.
Baptism is necessary for salvation. Agreeers, what do we have to say? Let's see a mix here.
Oh gosh. Who wants to go first?
So, historically, almost all the reformers, I think, except Zwingli, believe that baptism saves. But what does that mean necessarily? Like, there's different views on it. For example, some people believe, oh, you have to be water baptized, otherwise, without it, like, you're basically damned. But the church fathers, the reformers, are saying that if someone wants to get baptized but they die, right, that is counted as baptism by desire. So the thief on the cross, if he was off the cross, he would have been baptized anyway had he lived. I guess from our more Anglican perspective, we say that baptism is not a work, right? It's like a gift from God. So it still meets the criteria of sola fide and sola gratia, because Martin Luther believed this as well. So I think some of the more high church Calvinists, I would say, like, some people might emphasize baptism too much. I talked to a Catholic priest and he was saying like, oh, if they're not baptized, they're more likely like damned. Like I've heard that from like a guy who was like a Jesuit. I was like, oh, that's interesting. So I don't believe it's a work at all. I think it's a work of God, a gift of God, and generally the Holy Spirit comes at baptism generally. But it seems like I believe there's extraordinary circumstances where the Holy Spirit, right, enters a person when they're not baptized. Like if they're like in a youth camp, right, and there's like no water and they ask, oh Lord Jesus, forgive me. I believe the Holy Spirit could come in that extraordinary circumstance, but it seems generally the Holy Spirit does enter upon baptism. So.
Yeah, I liked what you said about the term generally, because in the catechism, in Thomas Cranmer's catechism, he says it's generally necessary for salvation. And what that means is like in normal circumstances, this is what's going to follow, right, is salvation. And it's a right of the church. It's a means of grace, right? It's the way that God interacts with us. He meets us in the waters. Christ is baptized, so he purifies the water. It's kind of like when, I believe it's Moses and Aaron, when they throw the log into the bitter water and it becomes sweet. That's like us. And like Christ once he enters the water and he purifies the water, he purifies us. So we're purified through his baptism. We're saved by his baptism. So that's graciously put upon us, and that's how I would explain it there.
So, as Catholics, we believe that baptism is the moment in your life when God infuses grace, infuses the Spirit in you, and that washes away the guilt of original sin. And therefore, when you get baptized, as Catholics can get baptized as children, you can get baptized later if you're not. But when you're baptized, that's when you enter the state of grace. That's where your original sin gets washed away. Interestingly, there's 3 types of baptisms. Water baptism is the standard practice. That's when you get baptized with living water. You actually, as your Protestant friend said, you can get a baptism of desire. That is when water is not available and when your will desires the grace of Christ, but the circumstances don't allow. And there's actually a baptism by blood, I believe, which is pretty metal. And that is pretty much when you're not baptized, but you get martyred in the name of Christ. So you can get baptized in different ways. And yeah, baptism is not a work of man, it is a work of God that infuses his grace and removes our original sin.
We can see baptism in the scriptures, like the Great Commission in Matthew's Gospel, where he tells us to go and make disciples of all the nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So it's scriptural that we have this Great Commission, that we're called to do it. But I think one thing from the Catholic perspective, while we do believe that baptism is necessary for salvation, we also believe that God can work outside of his sacraments, like Filippo was saying, in necessary circumstances. So for example, like before the gospel reached, certain countries, like, let's say in the early centuries of the church, does that mean they were all condemned? Not necessarily. Vatican II says that those who, through no fault of their own, didn't know about the mysteries of the faith or mysteries of the gospel, they can nonetheless be saved by acting according to the dictates of their conscience. But that doesn't mean that they're not saved without Christ. They're saved by Christ through the church, but just because they didn't hear the gospel doesn't mean they're necessarily condemned. So in a certain sense, yes, baptism is necessary, and we're called to bring it out. We're called to evangelize with it. We're called to preach the necessity of it. But in those cases where it's not possible, or maybe they don't realize till the last minute when there's no water possible, then God looks at the heart. He can work outside of the sacrament, even though the sacraments are the way that he primarily imparts grace to us.
Let's bring in the disagreeers. I want to hear what y'all about to say.
We don't emphasize baptism enough in the Protestant side. I know I have friends who got saved and then they didn't get baptized for a while, and then they got baptized years later. However, we can see if someone's truly regenerate, justified, and saved by the fruit of the Spirit they bear. And there's people, and I've heard that once the baptism happens is when the Holy Spirit infuses with the believer. But how does one bear the fruit of the Spirit without the Holy Spirit already within them, and they haven't yet gotten baptized? And so because the evidence is there of this person's regeneration, that's why we think baptism is, I believe it's necessary. If you are a believer, you should get baptized. But it is not sufficient. It doesn't save. It is the work of God through what he's done through his son. And then when the believer, by the grace of God, when the believer believes, the Holy Spirit comes onto them, they're washed, justified, and now they're on the road to sanctification. And on the road to sanctification, they should get baptized. I believe, I don't think we emphasize it enough. I'm like, why y'all waiting for? Like, come on now, like, bro, emerge from that water. You know what I mean? Also, I want to see it. I love seeing baptisms. However, I don't think it saves. I think it's a sign of salvation that when you do it, yeah, it's necessary but not sufficient. And because I see the evidence of someone's salvation before they even get baptized, I don't think I can agree with that. That's when the Holy Spirit infuses himself, even when there is no water around.
Yeah, I would agree with my buddy Sam here. I do not necessarily. I don't believe that the waters of baptism are what regenerate anybody. I definitely do believe that it's necessary to the believer. I don't necessarily believe that it's necessary unto salvation. I do think that there is saving efficacy. I believe that that grace is bestowed from God through the waters of baptism. All believers are commanded to be baptized. So I don't get it. I agree with Sam in how Protestants have a very low view of baptism.
You need to fix that.
Yeah, absolutely. A very low view of baptism. That is something that needs to be changed. And it's a sign and seal. It's a sign and seal of the covenant, the washing away of sins.
Yeah, I 100% agree with Sam. We do water baptism because our Lord Jesus commanded us to do it, because he was baptized. But we have seen people being baptized and then going back to living the way they were living. So it's not the action of actually being dipped and out, but it's the works of the Holy Spirit that come after that is the truth that God has transformed you and he has brought you out of that. And it's seen after God has worked on you and changed your heart. It's the fruits from the inside, not necessarily the action.
So I just put back a little bit on what you said, Sam, where you talked about where you see evidence of someone's salvation prior to baptism. Well, you also might say that you might see good works that someone does that are good things that someone might perceive as evidence of fruits of the Spirit even prior to belief in Christ. So it seems to me that there's scriptural evidence to support the fact that God has deemed it necessary for someone to be baptized for the infusion of grace and the infusion of the Holy Spirit into somebody, but prior to that, it doesn't mean they can't act in a Christian way, if that makes sense. So it seems to me that there still could be evidence of someone's good work and someone's path to conversion, where they might be in the process of converting, where they might be coming to the truth and on that journey, but that it seems to me that there is strong evidence to suggest that God deemed it necessary for us to be saved by water baptism, if that makes sense.
I have a question then. Yeah, so we can only infer based on what is in Scripture, but in the Gospels, I don't think any of the 12 disciples were baptized. Were they not saved during the time that they were doing the ministry with Jesus? And has Jesus not forgiven their sins or justified them prior to being baptized? And also, were they not doing good works within the Gospels where, they were doing miracles and all that, following Jesus, obeying him? Peter cut off someone's ear, but my point is that yes, there are people before salvation who can do good works, but I'm not talking about good works. I'm not talking about being charitable or because even anyone can do nice, good things and look like a good person. However, there's fruits of the Spirit that are very different from what is good works, right? And when someone demonstrates those fruits of the Spirit, it can only come from the Spirit. When someone starts teaching about the Scriptures, understanding it in a way where the non-believer can't, because it is only by the work of the Spirit that anyone can believe at all in this gospel message, right? And so if someone is demonstrating that fruit and they haven't been baptized yet, and we know from Scripture that there's people who haven't been baptized that were demonstrating these fruits, and that's what I'm just having trouble understanding.
In response to that, I might say what standard do you think that how do you know by the fruits that they are saved? At what's the threshold? At what point do you know that they are saved? And that seems to be the confusion where I might be so how do you know that someone's saved? And it seems like our view of the way in which we're saved in the Catholic realm seems actually in a way simpler, whereas sometimes I feel like coming from Protestants, the criticism might be your view of salvation is very complicated. And to me, it seems like, and I'm not saying you're saying this, but I think like I've seen that said a lot, and it seems that our view is that you need to be baptized and then you need to stay within the state of grace, very simply. Like there's more that would go into that, but it seems that how does someone from a Protestant perspective know that they're saved if they're not baptized, if that makes sense? And so that's where I might pose the question back to you. But I think we'll probably get into that.
Even if we literally can't know. I'm sure Catholics have seen people who've been baptized, who profess Christ, went to confession, did all the right things, and then just fallen away, right? And then we've also seen it on the Protestant side where someone said all the right things, did all the right things, sang all the great songs, did all the services, but then they fell away. And so that's why, like, true saving faith, whether you were baptized or not, I think we as people will not know, but God Himself knows, because like you said, He knows our heart better, and we know our hearts, right?
Communion is not just a symbol because Jesus is truly present in communion. I'm seeing a trend here. Whoever feels.
As Catholics, we do believe that Jesus is truly present in the Eucharist. I think this is the forefront of our faith, that we believe that He is present in the Eucharist. This is what the early church fathers believed. This is what we see Jesus double down on in John 6 when He tells His disciples, "This is my flesh." He didn't say, "This is like my flesh. This is like my body." This is His flesh, and this is what all of the early Christians believed. This is what they died for, and they were martyred for believing. And we do believe that at the words of consecration, that is truly the body and blood of Jesus, and which is the forefront of our faith.
Historically, Protestants have believed in the real presence, but it's just like, what does that mean? So there's different views on it. There's like the more spiritual viewpoint where, like I think more Calvinist reformers believe, Christ is there, but he's there spiritually. His presence is there at communion, but it doesn't turn into transubstantiation where it becomes literally the body, literally the blood, but He's still there. And there's the more high church view where I think it's called consubstantiation, right? Or sacramental union, Lutherans call it, where he is there, like the body and blood are there, but the body and wine are not obliterated, right? Because like the Roman Catholic view is like it just somehow all like its being or substance like changes into the body and blood. But in most church Protestant settings, there's been miracles where like Catholics, I've heard like emphasis on Eucharistic miracles, like, oh yeah, like that means that Eucharist is that. Well, in Protestant circles, there have been people in Pentecostal, charismatic churches, and I've seen this too, who were sick, really sick with disease, and they took communion at those churches and then they got healed like instantly. So that's why whether you believe in the real presence of the Eucharist or not, like I think like there's power in communion, in that sacrament ordinance, what you want to call it.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with that. I think the Protestant view is real presence, but like he said, it depends on what you mean by real presence, right? And there's a variety of view, but I think the basis, and I like to use true presence, is like Christ is truly present. Obviously, how we get into that, it might, vary depending, like he said, if you're Calvinistic or you're Lutheran, it might change depending on what that view is. But I think my pushback on whether it's Roman Catholics or even some, I'd say, Protestants, whether it's symbolic or even maybe a spiritual presence or a real presence, is we have a problem with trying to explain some things about God. And I don't always want to draw back to mystery. I know that some of our brothers do that, and that it's frustrating at times, but I think it's actually really important. I think the reason why I would reject transubstantiation is because I feel that it mechanizes the Eucharist, when I think Christ says that he promises us that He is there. We may not know exactly what that looks like and how He is. We know we're drinking the blood and we know we're eating the flesh, and in the same way I might come against some over mechanized views of spiritual presence or even real presence. I would say it's true presence. He is there. How we know, we're not actually 100% sure, but we know He has promised us that.
When we talk about the presence, I only think of the presence to the extent that when Jesus says in the Great Commission, and surely I will be with you to the end of the age. And also, I think Protestants are a bit rebellious against our early church fathers. Like if we say they believe this, we'll say, well, they believe the earth was flat. And if you take communion and then do a scan of your body, the only flesh and blood in your body is going to be your own. So it just doesn't, like, it just physically, literally doesn't happen. Jesus, yes, he says that this is my blood, this is my flesh. But he also says, I am the door. And he also says, I am the vine. He's not literally a door. He's not literally a vine. He speaks figuratively often. He speaks in parables and figurative language.
What's up guys, Dust is here with another video, and today we're diving into something a little more serious, the deep desert in Dune Awakening. Whether it's your first time stepping past the border or you've already got a camp set up and you're living out there full time, there are things you absolutely need to know. Because let's be real, go in unprepared and you're either gonna die, lose your ornithopter, or you end up rage quitting. But don't worry, I've got your back. I've put together 15 things every survivor, from rookie to full-blown Fremen, needs to know before heading into deep desert. Grab some water, strap in, and let's get into it. Alright, let's...
Reveal yourself.
Who's there? Who are you? Identify yourself.
Someone's here. They're coming.
Someone's here.
I see someone. Someone here.
I've got your back.
Throwing grenade.
Who's that?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.